buildings on the 9th of August in 1956. Mbokodo, wathinta umfazi, wathinta imbokodo. This important event is co-hosted by UNISA Women's Forum, the Thabo Mbeki School for Public and International Affairs, the Directorate for Leadership and Transformation, and the Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair. Ke a leboga, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Nazoki. I can also see you now. I am proud to announce that all these UNISA entities are led by women. Halala. These are Professor Mbata, Professor Paswana, Professor Huno, and Professor Sakhalo, respectively. Halala. Women academics, halala. I welcome you to the University of the Land. I welcome you to the university where women lead. Madam Program Director, I am pleased to announce that we will also host the Feroza Arams Memorial Lecture this evening, which will be followed by a gala dinner where we will present several awards. When the 20,000 women marched to the Union buildings in Pretoria in 1956, they declared, "We shall not rest until we have won for our children their fundamental rights of freedom, justice, and security." This was not only a protest statement, but a visionary framework for governance and social transformation, which remains relevant today as we commemorate 70 years since that powerful stand. Today we gather on a theme that, while it resembles the cry of the 1956 women, is also adapted to our time. We shall not rest, governing for freedom, justice, and security in contemporary Africa. Mamtogo Mpumlwana, I am pleased to welcome you as our keynote speaker this morning. You are most qualified to address this august gathering as the chairperson of the South African Women in Dialogue, SAWID, an organization that UNISA is pleased to collaborate with. SAWID has its genesis from the activism and choice of South African women to stand together and not fold their arms while our continent was experiencing wars, as in the war in the DRC of 2006. Sadly, the DRC has not yet experienced peace 20 years down the line. Hence, colleagues, the often quoted saying that the woman's job is never finished. We must continue to join forces to work towards bringing lasting peace, stability, and prosperity to our continent. Mamtogo Mpumlwana, as you know, today across Africa, this vision remains unfinished. Awukapheli umsebenzi, Mamtogo. While democratic progress has been made in many countries, persistent inequality, governance deficits, youth unemployment, gender-based violence, and climate-related shocks continue to undermine human security and dignity. The call, "We shall not rest," therefore resonates as a contemporary governance imperative, one that demands accountable leadership, capable institutions, and active citizenship. Ladies and gentlemen, this seminar seeks to bridge the historical legacy of women-led resistance with present-day policy and governance challenges, positioning resilience, inclusion, and justice at the center of Africa's development trajectory. This seminar brings together a diverse group of participants, including academics and researchers, postgraduate students, policymakers, civil society organizations, government representatives, gender and governance practitioners, and youth leaders. It is aimed at creating an inclusive platform for dialogue, knowledge sharing, and critical engagement on the key issues that will be discussed during the panel discussions. I welcome several of our panelists and discussants who will discuss many important topics, including women, resilience, and political transformation in Africa, the current Busadi struggles and mitigations, as well as reclaiming solidarities. Amongst the panelists, we have the former ambassador of the Czech Republic, Ambassador Ruben Moshodi. There is Methandi Mudise, the former Minister of Defense and Military Veterans, who is our very own UNISA alumnus, as well as Menomvula Mkonyane, the first Deputy Secretary General of the ANC. Nana Mahumula is also here with us as a panelist. We are thus in for a treat this morning. The seminar seeks to encourage interdisciplinary discussions and practical policy-oriented solutions that respond to contemporary social and governance challenges. Crucially, engagements during the seminar will promote collaborations, good governance, and social transformation. Annually in August, the Feroza Adam Memorial Lecture is held by UNISA's Women's Forum, and in 2026, we found it fit to collaborate with our colleagues by combining it with the 70th commemoration of the 1956 Women's March. Feroza Adam, who was born on 16 August 1961, was a student political activist. She was involved in community organization as well as youth structures of the Transvaal Indian Congress. She was later elected as a member of the executive committee of the Federation of Transvaal Women, which became one of the United Democratic Front affiliates, and also served as a national coordinator of the UDF. Between 1992 and 1993, Feroza Adam served as campaigns and publicity secretary for the ANC Women's League. For the ANC Women's League PWV area executive. Under the first democratic government, she diligently and impactfully served as a member of parliament for the ANC until her untimely passing on 9 August 1994, National Women's Day, as a result of a motor vehicle accident. The Women's March in 1956 was preceded by the establishment of the Federation of South African Women. At the inaugural conference in April 1954 in Johannesburg. We thank the stalwarts of the FEDSAW for charting the way for us. Last week, on the 31st of July, was African Women's Day, marking the 64th anniversary of the establishment of the Pan-African Women's Organization, PAWO, which was formed on 31 July 1962, a full year before the establishment of the then Organization of African Unity in 1963, which has since been succeeded by the African Union in 2001. This, colleagues, demonstrates the agency of women. The year 2026 is also significant in that it marks 50 years of the June 1976 riots that started in Soweto and spread to the rest of the country. This protest had a profound impact on our struggle for liberation. Both young women and men participated in the youth protests. We recall the bravery of Miss Antoinette Peterson Sithole, the sister of Hector Peterson, who bravely ran alongside the fatally injured brother, Hector Peterson, as he was carried by Mbuyisa Makhulu on that fateful day. We are yet to know the fate of Mbuyisa Makhulu. The year 2026 marks 30 years since the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act 108 of 1996, was adopted. This represented a watershed moment when we made a decisive break for racial, gender, and class discrimination to fully embrace the sacrosanct equality and the human dignity of all South Africans. While we have made many gains regarding gender equality and gender equity in South Africa, there remains deep challenges that our society still needs to tackle. And I'm sure you'll agree with me on that. One of our catalytic niche areas here at UNISA on gender, we call it the feminist, womanist, Busadi theorizations, is a testament to UNISA as an engaged university that challenges and resists patriarchal, kyriarchal structures in our commitment to the transformation of many women's lives. Again, I welcome you to UNISA, the African university shaping futures in the service of humanity. Good morning.
Thank you for that wonderful opening and welcoming. Colleagues, I would like you to please help me bring forth Ms. Toko Mpumlwana, who is our keynote speaker. With a round of applause, please.
Asoze apela manda, asoze awasoze apela manda, asoze apela manda, awasoze apela manda. Asoze apela manda, asoze apela. Thank you very much. It's a wonderful day. It's good to be here. It's not that cold that threatened that it would be a very cold day today. So we're grateful for that. Grateful that we're able to come together this morning to celebrate, to reflect, and to be sisterly, and to meet in this safe space and feel good about ourselves, gain energy from each other, and know that the work is not done. I must say that it took a very long time to decide what to say, and so I will run through what I've written because it's a bit long. I apologize for that. And I'm grateful that protocols have been done, so I will just go on and speak. I would like to say good morning to all of you. Our history as South Africans and Africans is very long. It is complex, it is painful, it is difficult, it is full of challenges, but also periods of moments, of movements, of acts of courage, of resilience, of those people who, in the midst of those difficulties, imagined a better way of being human and a better world. With the limited time that I have, I can never be able to reflect on all the moments and acts of resilient leadership that contributed to where we are today. This being Women's Month, let's read everything we say with that in mind, that we have got women through generations in Africa and in South Africa who sacrificed, who struggled for us to be where we are. And so the theme, and I will cut it as "We shall not rest," indeed is suitable because the work is not done yet. So what are the historic commitments and unfinished democratic projects that we are looking at today? Through generations, we hear voices and actions displayed by courage and sacrifice, and the visions of people who created a tomorrow that would always be better than today. And so as we hold on to that vision, we stand here to celebrate Feroza Adam in this day that is put aside by UNISA, and we're grateful to just remember that one day there was this young person who put her life for us to be where we are. So it is a privilege for us to be sitting here and celebrating her. So it is an invitation to listen to unfinished conversations that continue to echo through our young constitutional democracy in her name. We gather, as the Vice Chancellor has already said, as the Deputy has said, to honor Feroza, whose life ended just when we were starting to enjoy our democracy. As I was thinking, I was saying, Ifemiliake must be saying, how could this begin? How could this happen to her? We are here to remember women of 1956 that kept driving us, all of us, with their courage. We are here with their moral imagination of our nation. We are here to include in the conversation the Inkosi Albert Luthuli, whose leadership gave ethical meaning to political struggle. And the Thabo Mbeki Foundation also, that gave us the vision of African Renaissance. And all these people, just to mention, because they are co-hosts, we'll have to do a little bit of mentioning of what they have done. And so, as we also celebrate 50 years of 1976, 30 years of our Constitution, we hear whispers of consciences and claim that we are also agents of social change. We also gather here to honor our partnership with UNISA Women's Forum, because UNISA says they want to be an African university that shapes the futures in service of humanity, not for themselves. And so we're grateful. The women who marched in 1956 laid their thread. Nkosi Albert laid his. All the others laid the ones that came, they did. I want to mention women in the National Women's Coalition in the 80s and the 90s made the agenda of women very clear in our Constitution. And the agenda was, we are here as women. What are the threads of the leadership that we talk about today? First, the 56 women, they talked to us about moral courage. They said, we are not going to be carrying passes. We want to stand up and organize themselves in 1956. Following the Women's Charter of 1954, that said, we women of South Africa hereby declare our aim of striving for the removal of all laws, regulations, and conventions and customs that discriminate against us as women. And the women of 1956 said, now we have touched women, we have struck a rock, we have dislodged the boulder. You will be crushed. As Dora Tamana said, we women will never carry these passes. These passes make the road even narrower for us. We have seen unemployment, lack of accommodations, family broken because of these passes. We look after our children. Who will look after our children when we go to jail just for not carrying a pass? Nearly 70 years later, we honor them. Not only because they changed history, but because they reveal timeless truth that societies change when ordinary people refuse to accept the injustice as inevitable. That is the first thread. What did Nkosi Albert Luthuli in thread 2 call us to do? Moral leadership. When he did that, he said to us, we must understand that deepest crises that confront any nation are never merely political. They are also moral. And as he observed, the world is now a neighborhood. Although, unfortunately, people are not sufficiently neighborly. Asinabo ubuntu. He demonstrated at the time that leadership is not exercise of power over others, but the disciplined practice of service, of humility, of integrity, and conscience. He said also, I believe that here in South Africa, with all our diversity of color and race, we will show the world a new pattern of democracy. There is a challenge for us to set a new example for all. let us not sidestep that task. What kind of people must we become if justice is to endure? So he expanded our understanding of leadership, not as courage alone, but moral courage. Thirdly, what did Feroza Adam teach us? She taught us the architecture of trust. Courage and trust. That you cannot build democracy if you don't trust. We have to trust our leaders, trust ourselves, trust that the future is possible, that a better future is possible. It is important for us, she said, to remind women that we are working for a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic South Africa. We need to assert our position as women more strongly now than ever before, as we can only do that as one unified, loud voice. That is still relevant today. Number 4, African Renaissance, an unfinished African Renaissance. Thabo Mbeki reminds us that we can no longer define ourselves only as South Africa, but we are Africans in Africa. And so, he gave us a vision of African Renaissance that was not simply an economic program. He talks about the value of inclusivity, tolerance, and dialogue, and talks about African civilization and invites us to, I quote, surely there must be politicians and business people, youth and women activists, trade unionists, religious leaders, artists, professionals from Cape to Cairo, from Madagascar to Cape Verde, who are doing very well who did well in the World Cup, who are sufficiently enraged by Africa's condition in the world we want to join the mass crusade for Africa united. To be a true African, he says, is to rebel towards the cause of African Renaissance. Thread number 5, I add what has already been said, that we as Sawid said the same when we started. We said we want to be in solidarity, not only amongst ourselves in the country, across our political parties, our divides, but in our diversity. We want to be together in the continent for peace. And as Wangai Matari says, we as women in Africa must work towards peace that embodies communal stewardship, dignity through participation, and moral responsibility, she said. This is an unfinished conversation, brothers and sisters in this room. We can see what's happening in the world. We are all challenged to wake up every morning to ask ourselves, with the world the way it is turning out to be, including our own country, that was led by people like this, where we are very easily sidetracked from this agenda. What is your agenda? The other thread is higher education, because I'm at higher education. In the development of ethical citizens, the deputy chancellor said, vice chancellor said, This university believes in excellence. And we're grateful that we have a home in this institution and that you are living up to your commitment, because you also are saying women should be leaders and people who pass through these gates should be leaders of our country. And I always tell people that even though UNISA was an apartheid institution, I think it helped us. Those of us who could no longer be students anyway because of apartheid were expelled and so on, you could still register at UNISA for whatever reason, even if they wanted your money. But at least we were able to finish our degrees through UNISA. So we thank UNISA for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we committed to a constitution that promotes human rights. I'm proud of this country. I'm proud of the way this country turned the corner in 1994. And I ask you to remember that. And when you begin to see problems, try and reflect what life was before 1994, before this constitution that gave us the right to be. And I was saying to myself, you know, in the past, even mentioning the names I'm mentioning would send you to jail. Even mentioning band organization, people in the island, just mention their names, people would knock at your doors. Today, a young person can stand up. I was in one event here, and I said to people, when a young person boldly stood up and said things I would never have said to a president of a country, in school uniform, not a high school. And I said, well, it doesn't sound so good to me as an adult. But the fact that a little girl like that can speak like that and she's not in jail means we're free. Means we're free. They can express themselves. Not that I'm condoning it, but I'm still saying it's important to remember that you can be critical, you can say what you want, you can even criticize your government, but you don't go to jail for that. You go to jail for corruption indeed. So, running through what I've said, because of time, I'm skipping some areas. We were hopeful, and we should continue to be hopeful. But this hope must, as Feroza say, go with us being part of the solution. As Sawidian said, we want to be part of the solutions. We are the ones we have been waiting for, across political parties at the time. Unfortunately, what we see today sends despair and hopelessness. What we see today, where, as we were talking before we came in, where you see young people driving very expensive cars and they've never worked, you want to ask, where did you get that money from? And when we see people in position of power having to answer about the money they have, which they didn't get correctly, we do get disappointed. And when good leaders, and we've got plenty in our government, plenty good leaders doing a wonderful job. The institutions like this are doing a good job. And all we want to hear about, because we have also been wired, is who is next at Madlanga. Honestly, we want to hear also good stories that hide behind the pain we are suffering. We want to get our own heroes in our communities, in our spiritual spaces, at family level, amplified. And yet, we don't get that. For instance, I never thought I would see political formations that brand and mobilize on racial grounds, on ethnic grounds, on apartheid grounds, actually proudly declaring in our country that they are leading us towards democracy and an inclusive country that we had hoped for. We had never thought that we would have people who only think about I, me, myself. As Dr. Pam says. Are we really succeeding in creating institutions based on Ubuntu values? Or are we starting to forget what we aimed to be and what our constitution drives us to be? Have we forgotten, as public servants, if there are any in the room, our Batu Pile principles, that the people we serve have dignity and rights, and we can't take from SASSA grants for our own gains? What kind of human beings are we trying to build in our families? Are children growing up believing that their lives have inherent worth? Do we give them enough time to tell them that they have a role to play? Are we encouraging women and men to see themselves as equals in this society of ours, or as women who are pulling back because of the backlash we see that says women are not good enough? Are our young people discovering within themselves the capacity to grow in wisdom, in competence and character, for them to prosper, but to be more stable, more joyful, and deeply human? Are values of compassion and empathy becoming old-fashioned in our life? It took generations before us carrying those values to take us to where we are. Those are the values of empathy and love for each other and service. And we must not allow people who preach anti-progress, anti those values, to thrive above what we here stand for. We want leaders, women leaders, who carry this vision, who see a better society, who are not self-centered, who are prepared to listen, to learn, who prioritize things that matter, who can stand up to pressure, women who work ethically without compromising the bigger picture. We have them, lots of them, but we must also support them. Support women in leadership, because it is cold up there and painful for women up there. Be the last to be quick to say, Aisuka, she's not good enough. Be the last. Find out what's good with that woman, even when everyone says she's not good, because we want them to succeed for the bigger principle that Oferosa we're fighting for. We the people, now I'm throwing at us, have we become chess pawns who are just waiting for service delivery, and without seeing ourselves as part of the solution too, and people who make decisions also about our own lives? And so we are very easy to be swayed by people who every day now start political parties because I'll do better than the other one, I'll do better service delivery, instead of also being part of the solution. Are we becoming worthy and ancestors ourselves? So when you are no longer there, what will people say about you? You write your own story whilst you are alive. And so what story are you writing about yourself? The rebuilding of a nation, of course, requires roads and clinics and universities and businesses, economic growth, but it also requires strengthening of values, of families, of relationships, of resilience, healing of the traumas, nurturing qualities upon which a healthy democracy depends. I want to take a little bit from Thabo Mbeki's African speech when he was talking about, in 1996 launch of our constitution. It says, however improbable it may sound to the skeptics, Africa will prosper. Whoever we may be, whatever our immediate interest, however much we carry baggage from our past, however much we have been caught by the fashion of cynicism, the loss of faith of the people, let us err today and say, nothing can stop us. Those who have brought us this far were banned, were killed, were imprisoned, were dehumanized. Who are we to wallow in the pain of the present and not work for a better tomorrow? And so, as I end, I would like to ask that may the current and future generations receive from us a thread that we took from the ones before us, the Thabo Mbekis, the Nkosi Albert, the Unisas, the Steve Bigos, the Mama Winnie, the Firoza Adams that were celebrating, the many people before us who gave us something. And may the future generations stand here in the future when we're not there and count what they received from you, from us, from each one of us, even from our own children in our own families. We shall not rest. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you to our keynote speaker, Ms. Thoko Mpumlwana. Just to give her some respect as well for not properly introducing her, I would like to tell you about Ms. Mpumlwana's accomplishments. She is the chairperson of South African Women in Dialogue and serves on the Wiphold NGO Trust. She served 2 7-year terms at the electoral commissions in South Africa. She is past chairperson of the Foundation of Human Rights and Film and Publication Board. She was a member of the Black Consciousness Movement alongside Steve Biko, for which she paid the heavy price of detentions and banning by the apartheid government. She holds education degrees from the University of South Africa, the University of Natal, Pietermaritzburg, and holds an MA in Curriculum Development and Teacher Education from Michigan State University. Ms. Mpumlana, I congratulate you on all your accomplishments and thank you for that beautiful speech that you have given us. As she says, as the woman who had led us 50 years ago fought for us, we shall continue to fight against the gender and racial injustice alongside our male feminists so that we can see a forward-thinking constitution and a nation where we don't have just a constitution that is progressive in theory, but also one that is actionable. Right now, colleagues, I would like for us to allow the dignitaries to please stand up and lead the way as they continue to lead us today outside so we can take a picture. No. My apologies. No. I would like to introduce the panel, the first panel of today. Theme is Women, Resistance and Political Transformation in Africa. Our session chair is Dr. Koli Matebese from the Thabo Mbeki School of Public and International Affairs. Dr. Matebese, may you please join us on stage?
Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on the already observed protocol. Good morning, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us today in person and online for this necessary panel discussion under the sub-theme, Women, Resistance and Political Transformation in Africa. As we open this panel discussion, we must acknowledge a profound truth that across the continent, women have historically driven liberation movements, resisted state-sanctioned oppression, and reshaped the democratic landscape. Today, we are honored to have with us a respected panel of 3 speakers and activists to explore how African women have historically shaped and continue to radically redefine the continent's political landscape through resilience and resistance. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now help us unpack this sub-theme. Please join me in welcoming our first panelist to the stage. I would like to invite Honorable Metandi Modise, a prominent South African freedom fighter, a political leader whose early life was defined by resistance against apartheid, including rising to the rank of commander in Umkhonto weSizwe and serving 8 years in prison while pregnant. Following her release, she embarked on a distinguished 3-decade political career within the African National Congress and government. She chaired the Portfolio Committee on Defense from 1998 to 2004. She served as Speaker of the Northwest Provincial Legislature from 2004 to 2009. From 2010 to 2014, she served as the Premier of the Northwest Province. She went on to chair the National Council of Provinces 2014 to 2019. A former Minister of Defense and Military Veterans from 2021 to 2024. She also served 2 terms as Chancellor of the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. Through her work, she championed ethical leadership, gender equality, and the inclusion of women in global peacekeeping efforts with the Pan-African Parliament and the United Nations. A round of applause for our Honorable Thandi Modise. Thank you. Next in our panel is Me Nomvula Mugonyane, a South African politician and the first Deputy Secretary General of the ANC. Her political activism began during the apartheid struggle and civic organizations. Her career reflects extension extensive experience in governance, public administration, and political leadership, supported by professional qualifications from institutions such as Harvard University, the University of Pennsylvania, Wharton Business School, Murdoch University, and Swedish local government programs. Mayor Mokonyane has held several senior government positions, including Premier of Gauteng, 2009 to 2014, Minister of Water and Sanitation, 2014 to 2018, Minister of Communications in 2018, and Minister of Environmental Affairs in 2018 to 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also joined online by Mayor Miriam Valley, a daughter of the late Molvi Saluji, the last president of the Transvaal Indian Congress. She became an activist at the age of 10 years. Young as she was, she spoke at public meetings, encouraging people from across the political spectrum to join the Congress movement. In 1956, at the age of 20, she was elected as a working committee member to help organize Indian women for the march to the union buildings, and later appointed to lead the fetus group and coordinated preparations for the march. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our panelists for this session. Reading from our panelists' bios, it is appropriate to say African women's political agency historically started before colonization, but heightened during anti-colonial and anti-apartheid struggles. Having said that, we are fortunate to have women with a rich history in the struggle. Aligning our theme, the flow of this session will be like this. I will ask the panelists 3 questions, of which they will be allowed to share their experiences and their perspectives. Question 1, I will start by May Thandi. African women have always resisted oppression in different ways. The 1956 Women's March is one such example of women's resistance. How has it inspired you to agitate for political transformation?
Thank you for the question. I think we need to go back a little bit. For me, when Kwame Nkrumah says Africa must unite, for me, when Charlotte Maxeke starts up as a woman, to start an organization that looks after education, children, and the disadvantaged. For me, when in the 1920s, the women from the Communist Party and the Native National Congress come together, and they get together to start talking about issues women. When South African women in the Women's League come together and launch FETSO, when we go out and we start POW, remember South African women were at that inaugural meeting. It says to me that women then started, no, when Masisulu gets involved in the battle against young white and colored kids being sent to the border to go and fight for wars they do not understand, it sends a message that what Charlotte, Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Kuzwayo started doing, what we inherited Lebanon Vola when we finally got to join the ANC Women's League, instructed us to do what we continued to do, to run around the continent, one, making sure that power is re-energized so that the voice of African women in the continent can have a hearing within the African Union. And remember, PAO is older than the OAU. And I must say that for me, the proudest moment of South Africa was when we took Comrade Nkosazana Zuma to the AU as chair. Because systems began to be in place, the language got into where we wanted it to be. But nobody can say that we did not lay the foundation as women of this country, taking our cue from the mothers of the 54 Charter, of the March, and I don't think it was 20,000, I think it was more. Because remember also, in the outskirts, Kubu Free State, in my hometown, in all the small Kudunokana, in every village, women gathered together who could not make it to Pretoria to burn those passes. And they were sending a message that said, you will recognize us. You will hear what we say. We bear the brunt when you chuck and reduce our men into houseboys. We will resist this thing of killing off the black population by ensuring that the men are sent to the working camps and the women are starved in the back, in the villages. So that resistance is carried throughout with us. You will also remember that when we joined MK, some of us, we found our big sisters. Bomme Ruth were already trained. Mam Posho was our star on Nabanyana Bakudi Kampong. She was there. She did not become the first woman black general in this country because it's a favor. She was excellent as a commander Yabanyana in exile. So we must always remember that even those ones, and I'm going to be specific because it is necessary for us to understand that liberation also talks to the use of language. That these women who joined the ANC, especially in the military, we had to start correcting language. We had to start correcting spaces. We had to fight our way to become commanders, commissars. We had to make sure that the men understood that that which took them out of this country to go and fight was what took us. We had to remind them that we were not there for them. We were there because our mothers' cracked cheeks and swollen hands were something that as girls of that generation, we were very clear we're not going to follow. So the correction of that language in MK itself, and you might know that we stole a lot of Apla girls into MK. We started the correction even in the military at the Umkhonto weSizwe. When we got the chance to come in and represent, what did we do? We met up with Akitsoko Tronko, and these ones were naughty because I took 3 steps out of jail and the car stopped and they put me into a woman's league blouse. And from that time onwards, I did not have a chance. But what that then did was that I got into the country as they were preparing for the Malibongwe conference in Amsterdam, which was hosted, which brought together not only the women affiliated to the ANC, but South African women. Now, I was reminding Nomvula that Abo Women for Peace, Baka Mariki de Klerk were also there. And none of them were white, they were black. The tolerance in that conference showed us that when women unite, women achieve. But back to the 56 March, they resisted. They resisted more peacefully than the generations that came back. They respected. They were not fed. They were independent. Rona, I think we must say to our daughters who are now taking over the reins of leading, that until women can get away from the knotted money, the one that says, support me as a man so that I can put you in that position, must stop. Because if we don't do that, if we do not do that, we are no longer the Mbogotos of 1956. If we do not do that and challenge what is happening, if we do, it is only the women of South Africa who can redeem the dignity of South Africa today. Because we've earned that. Which conflict did we not run into as the Women's League and Elite Alabatu in this continent? We were all over. The DRC, we were there with the women. Burundi, we were there. Rwanda, we were there within 2 weeks of that genocide. Who amongst us was not there learning, trying to understand the defenses, the weaknesses of the economy and the military systems of Africa? It is us, Basadi. What did we not do in the past to try and help and shake other countries to increase the numbers of women in the legislative houses? Because once we got to parliament, we realized how important it was to get that female voice there, to get that female I don't agree right there in the House of Power. And so we did. Now the Women's League, I don't know if they are still doing it, but the women we helped, motivated for, did everything. Nigeria had dropped to 6% of women's representation. When after South Africa, we had run around Libya, they had gone up. Other countries have come up. I've never used Rwanda as an example because Rwanda had a revolving door. The numbers looked nice, but the experience would not be there because the numbers and the percentage of women representation is impressive internationally, but the experience is not there. As soon as they get empowered enough to be challenging, I'm bagging. So that is the other weakness that we have, that women have not been able, after our mothers taught us, to hold hands and to say, and this one we will defend. And this one we will not cross or let anybody else cross. I want to say that that resistance here, 76, took us to Beijing. That Beijing platform enabled us to get to New York. To 1325, some of us were there in the draft of that. We ran around the world popularizing all this. 1820, 1325, we had to go sometimes and go and meet up with heads of states. Whether it was in Africa or in Europe, popularizing what needed to be acceded to by these ones. And I think we would not have had Sibiti Seo had we not had a Charlotte Maxeke who opened the doors. I think we would not have had that guts had we not had a Helen Kuzwayo, who was the first woman to sit in the NEC of the Youth League. I think we would not have been able to do that had we not had a Winnie Mandela, who sometimes kicked more doors open than she shut them.
Difficult this as may be, you're touching already on my second question, Mama. Can I ask you to hold it right there and allow Mama Nomvula to take us through? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much and good morning. May I stand on the protocols as they were presented? I think I want to just raise three issues, picking up on what Comrade Tandy has also raised, and select one woman that Umam Toko referred to, Firoza Adams. A very unique woman, very young, that this country was deprived of her energy. But linking her to your question is her diverse character. A very strong Muslim woman who broke the barriers and became a teacher in a Catholic school. A very diverse woman whose personal relationships were very liberated because of her conscientization and understanding of unity in diversity, which symbolizes these very women and the relevance of the struggles of women in Africa and our own struggles in South Africa, that it is only through our unity in diversity that we have made major strides. And today we're gathered here because women in their diversity made major strides because there was tolerance. They were able to complement one another. They had a shared vision. They refused to be boxed into political spaces. And they appreciated that it is their responsibility to not find a seat in the room around the table, but to design the table. So they were able to design a table, and that's why I'm raising this issue about a woman. Let's put Firoza Adams, who was able to design a South African woman of different characters and capabilities. And that made her to be a symbol that we're celebrating today. The 20,000 as well, and more than 20,000. You have a picture that also was demonstrating unity in diversity. The decision to have Helen Joseph, to have a Comrade Amina, to have Comrade Lillian Goyi, to have Comrade Sophie Brain, was also about a symbol of unity in diversity. And that is what has made the rich history, the legacy that we are celebrating, to be where it is. And I think the challenge now, and I know that possibly we should then be saying what is to be done. The weakness is that the threat on that legacy is our serious divisions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that rich information and perspective to our mothers. We have Ma Valley online. I'd like her to also share her perspective. Mama Valley?
I'm here. Online.
Over to you, Mama.
Yes, okay. I'm Mariam Valley, an educationist by profession. Fortunately, as you are talking about Firoza Adams, Firoza was my pupil, as a matter of fact. So it gives me great honor to feel that today we are honoring a very brave young woman. I taught Firoza, I think it was in Standard 4, as we call Standard 4, during those days. And of course, she was a really lovely pupil to teach. I came from a background where I think politics was born from a long, long time ago. My father came from India, and under the British rule, things were pretty bad in India. So he came and he resisted in India under the British rule. So when he came to South Africa, he was already a politician, and he had fought greatly under the leadership of a lot of important people in India. So he decided that when he came to South Africa, he's going to join the movement here in South Africa. So he joined the Transvaal Indian Congress, and it was during that period that I think I became very conscious of my political career. I think on the every day or around the dinner table, Dad had talked to us always about fighting for justice and freedom. So we decided that we will follow our father's footsteps. But my political career started actually at the age of 10. It was the Land Tenure Act that was passed, where Indians were not allowed to move from one province to another. And the Indian Congress had decided that they're going to defy this law. So my father was the first to decide that he was going to defy this law. So under his leadership, a group of ladies, a group of people, volunteers defied the passive resistance campaign. And it was that time of my life that there was an awakening, a political awakening in me. I said to myself, what is politics? And I think when I saw around me the humiliation, I then decided, oh my God, I'm young, but I haven't realized that we come from a multiracial community and yet we are all segregated. I saw blacks on one side, Indians on the other side, whites on the other side. But worst of all, I saw the oppression of the black people because I lived directly opposite Sophiatown. And it hit me quite hard. I said to myself, goodness me, these people are suffering. I am looking at them and I see them in pain. And as a young girl, I had befriended quite a lot of friends who were blacks. And then I said to myself, but they are not different from me. Why am I being privileged a little bit and the whites are more privileged? That is when I decided to participate in the political activities. I saw the injustice of things that made me very cross. For example, going into a bathroom, a toilet, and it was separate. The whites had to go into the one toilet and blacks and Indians into another. So this made me feel very angry. So when my father decided, I had collected a group of ladies, a multiracial group, took a banner. I can't remember exactly what I wrote on the banner, but I remember one thing that I wrote down was the Ghetto Act, because that's what we were fighting against. And I then became completely politicized, and we marched and we raised our flags in opposition to what was happening in the country. Well, that was the beginning, but long after that, my career became more and more involved in politics. My dad was in and out of politics. My sister married a politician. And then, of course, I started participating in events like making placards, going to meetings. And then my dad said, I think you should speak at the meetings to encourage people. So at the age of 10, I had the opportunity of getting a whole lot of people, and I started lecturing them on little things like what was apartheid. And that is where my political career started. Fortunately, I grew up, and in 1956, when the women decided that they were going to march to the union buildings. I was elected by Helen Joseph, Mina Kachalia, and it was, I think, Mrs. Fisher. And they asked me that, will you please help us to organize the women to march to the union buildings? And that is when I started my political career. I really found it very interesting. We had a very difficult time collecting women, but we had to organize ourselves very well. We decided that, to organize a multiracial group to the union buildings is not a small task. It's a major task, and we need to organize on a scale larger than just a few people. So we had to have we had months and months to prepare the march. It took us about almost 5-6 months. We had to call meetings. We had to go from home to home. We had to distribute leaflets. We went all over the show, distributed in our community. I had to be the organizer in Pitas because I lived in Pitas. And I went around gathering little women, little girls, and we spoke to them to help us to dish out leaflets. And we went from home to home asking the women to please join us in the march. And they didn't know what we were talking about. They say, "What march are you talking about?" And I said to them, "It's a march. We are going to protest against the past laws." And unfortunately, it was so sad. Our people didn't know that the past laws were affecting the blacks so much. And they said to me, "What is a pass?" I said, "It's a document that the blacks have to carry." They said, "Why do they have to carry the document?" I said, "You know what? This is a law of the white man. And because of the color of the skin, they have to carry it. And because they have taken our country from the owners of the land of our people, and they have taken it, they have come here from another country, and they've taken it, and they have now decided to rule. They have passed these laws against these people." And it was a long, difficult period to convince them to come and march. Somehow we managed, and we had placards. We went to the cinemas. We organized women to help us to distribute leaflets. And we managed to collect almost thousands and thousands of Indian women from all over the show. It was from Johannesburg, from the country towns, from places where we stayed. And I think it was the first time that the unity of the blacks and Indians were in a great manner. It was a beautiful big force of women joining together, and that united us and bonded us even more, because until then we were segregated. Blacks didn't know what was it to live with Indians. Indians didn't know what it was to be living with blacks. But this gave us an opportunity to unite. And not only was the march a success, but we also had the opportunity of becoming bonded with each other. This was the important part. That was very important to me, because until then, the whites were living on their own, blacks were living on their own, and Indians were living on their own. And this was rather sad, because under segregation, the laws were separating us, And we didn't know that we were separated
Mama,
until.
may I stop you right there? Thank you so much. You have touched on all the questions. I truly appreciate your feedback and your perspective. I can imagine she started her political activism at the age of 10. You can imagine what comes in her mind now. Thank you so much, Mama. I really love the response and we are empowered. We now going to skip, we're operating on a thin window, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to skip question 2. Most of them, they responded to the question. I'm now going straight away to question number 3, and I'm going to ask that, please, Mama, may you be brief, because I'm going to allow just one round of questions for the audience to also interact with you. My next question now is, what does political transformation truly mean from an African woman's perspective? Is representation enough? Or what should it take to realize a systematic change? Over to you, Mama.
Transformation without touching the everyday life of any human being is not worth it. And that is why we need to focus on what really makes life livable in South Africa, what makes a child dream of being something better, without looking at race, without looking at culture. So if we really want to transform the lives, we have to go right back to the roots. We need to begin to listen to South Africans, listen properly, ensure that the resources of the state go to where the need is most.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For me, the issue of political transformation has to do with partly my own life experience that many other young girls go through. Decent shelter, making sure that there's access to education, there's activism, and it should not be something that you get into because you've got sufficient time or spare time to be involved in. I became a community activist at an age of 15 and the publicity secretary of a civic organization in the entire Krugersdorp at the age of 19. Collected petition signatures, almost 600 signatures for the release of Nelson Mandela. Buried lives, bombed buildings. Yes, bombed buildings, bombed police vehicles, all because I did not want anyone to speak or represent me without me having a say, and hence the struggle against the tricameral parliament, and hence the Nelson Mandela Million Signature Campaign, and hence Save the Patriots, Robert McBride, and hence the struggle and solidarity with the people of the then Lorenzo Marx that we now know as Mozambique. Therefore, political transformation has no meaning as long as it is not developmental and does not touch the life of a 15-year-old child. That's the simplest of what it should be. And that 15-year-old must not assume that there will be somebody who will do it for her. That 15-year-old must avail herself and her time and her capabilities to make the difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you very much. Very profound. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I am now going to allow just one round of questions to interact with our mothers. We really and truly appreciate your time, and we are indeed operating on a very, very thin window. 5 questions. Just say your name and your institution, and please Please be brief, and if you make a comment, just say your comment, your name, your institution. 5 questions, mothers. Okay, I hope I've got 1, 2, 3. Women, come, assert yourselves. This is our time. I've got 3 hands. I'm going to take 2 more. Okay, in the absence of hands, number 1 in that order. Oh, now you're coming. Where's number 4? Okay, where's number 4? Number 4, yes. And then number 5, before I close off this session. Number 5, thank you so much in that order. Number 1.
Malibongwe,
Gama lamakhosikazi.
igama lamakhosikazi.
Malibongwe.
Sisithandi ndihambele kuwe. Siyabulela ngale mini yokuba sifumane ingqindilili. Zizosixelela into yokuba kwakuqale kwathini. Sisithandi mandikuse phaa kule ndawo sasidibene kuyo in the military, because I want us to be practical. You said we've been in Burundi, we have been in the DRC, we have been everywhere. But talk to us. Why is it like it's a pipe dream to have Mrs. Thandi as the chief of the SANDF? I hope you've heard me. Why is it that with everything that we have, with all the schooling that we have, with all the struggle credentials that we have, but the wall is closing and opening, or closing and opening? What is it that we are not getting right?
Thank you. Next, please. Number 2, this way. Please be brief, Budwam. Briefly, yes.
Good morning. Working Africa from University of South Africa. 2 questions. I'm interested in learning about there's been rumors that have gone around over the years about the problem of rape culture that was happening in the camps, in Gobo, Tanzania, and other places. So I'd like to hear from you if you refute or there's any truth to those rumors. The second thing that I'm interested in hearing is, when you participated in the struggle for liberation, were you seeing the problem as the fact that Black people do not have franchise, or that South Africa is a settler colony and the settler colony must be destroyed? Thanks.
Thank you. Number 3, are you ready? Thank you. Get yourself ready, number 4 and number 5.
Good morning. My name is Sakina Mohammed from Saweed. Menomvula, you said we need to look at our 15 years old to stay in school. How do we do that? Because by the time they get to grade 8, they drop out and our pregnancy rate is extremely high. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 4. Thank you.
Alibongwe.
Kamara Makhosikazi.
Thank you for the job well done. The road to success is always under construction. Patintum Fazi, Patintum Bogoto. Well done. My question is, as the future is the young girl, how can we help the young girl to change what is happening today with the knowledge that you have, the wisdom and the legacy that you're leaving behind? Thank you.
Thank you. And now, number 5. Number 5?
Yeah.
Number 5? Can you show us?
Thank you so much. I'm on number 5.
Okay, we have 6 hands. Please be brief, Sisi. Your name and your institution.
Thank you so much. My name is Zanele Mazibuko from Pan-African Renaissance. First, Zanele Mazibuko, Pan-African Renaissance. Firstly, I'd like to thank Abu Mama for the beautiful encouragement, the words of encouragement, but also the work that they've done for us as women. My question is, how do we educate the next generation of women not to man up? Because we are educated, we are taught to man up. How do we educate ourselves and the next generation to show up authentic? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 6 and the last question. No, Mama, not yet.
Thank you. I would like to thank the wonderful mothers for the wonderful speech that they've given. My name is Kinelo Mwabelo. I'm a student, a DBR student from UNISA. What I would like to know is what is it that we can do as leaders, especially leaders in ICT, to encourage our leaders, our girl child, for transformation, especially in the digital age, to be able to assist them that they are able to compete in a male-dominated field. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm going to allow our mothers in no particular order to respond. Thank you.
Well, for my sins, Comrade Ribon, I was the only political commissar Yangwayana go Novokatenga, and the only commander was Agnes from Cape Town. In our term, there were less than 20 of us as girls in that camp. I can tell you, nobody dared. One man tried. We moved him. Thoroughly. Thoroughly. For 2 weeks, the men were not speaking to us, all of them. Unfortunately for them, I was man on duty on one of those days. And so I made them stand in the sun for an hour, like Angola. I think I heard about the rapes in the camps when I came out of jail. So I can't say they did not happen. But I do know that where they did happen and women stood up, no leader like Tambo would have kept quiet. Mam Posho visited us in the camps as girls. She would not have kept quiet. So I do not know. I think Ribbon might be in a better place to respond to this one. I'm sorry, I can't put it under the bus.
I know Unkenya Kasho, but thank you very much, Comrade Tanji. Thank you for the question. I think it's a young man there. I think what you should remember and always bear in mind is that when we were in the camps, we were a microcosm of our society, be it South African society, Mozambican, or whatever. So we had to deal with all the ills that accompany staying together. Yes, it is true, there were cases like that. And I remember also I cocked my gun at somebody. I'm not proud of that. But women battering was also an issue that we had to deal with. And it is true that when a woman came with a black eye and tried to say, Monyako utla o roba nko. I know for blue eye. We would go to the men. Kadi shamboko ka ing everything remo trape to come right. Because a man will only beat a woman he despises. It is not true that hamuna au shapa kurwa urata. No, it's not true. Wow, despise. Thank you.
Well, your second question is, can I?
Yes, please, Mama. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. The issues about a girl child at 15, making a difference in the ICT space, ensuring that we don't man up, but we rise to the occasion. I think part of what was a good foundation, and I hope Abu Sistoko can attest to that. Many of us were privileged because we were brought up, Abo Koko, Abo Makulu, who were very strong in character, who were very strong, even not being in politics. Nje ukukhulisa umndeni, ukunakekela ingane. There was ugogo who was there, but there was also kids who could relate and have a very close family bond. And that on its own, kuzothiwa lo ufuze kuloyise, ufuze umakhulu. That identity within a family is very important, but also the ability within a community to embrace any young girl and protect a young woman and give the young girl the space to become who she is. I come from a family of 12. I'm the 12th. And yes, and my mom was the most productive one. She had 10. And the second wife had 2. But what was important until today, was the family bond. And I really think, Mina, we assume other things can be done outside of that nucleus, which is a family. Access to information, the first source of information must be your family, and not anyone outside. If we can just have those basic things sorted out, the next thing, adaptation is a reality, but that adaptation must ensure that our children are not bombarded with information that does not embrace our values and stuff. Being trapped on your TikToks and stuff, but not having an appreciation of how your own family has come to being a resident of Bryanston and assume you are fine and not appreciate that Pumekofimvaba. It's that we must really deal with the issue of culture. So how we bring technology into the culture, into socialization, but that does not break us away from who we are. It is that has become a problem. Lastly, just as an anecdote, I've got a very vibrant volunteer who's just 6 years old. We were doing elections, it was canvassing for elections. And on the day of elections, we were driving past and she says, you know, Mvuli, I don't see our posters. And I said, your posters? Yes, I mean our posters. And I asked her, what do you mean? Of President Ramaphosa, I see other posters. And I got shocked because I didn't understand that she already understands. Then we're busy in a village in Northwest, we're canvassing. And my team that's working with us, they were saying, it's hot. Latita, let's carry you or get into the car. She said, no, I'm here to support Mvuli. On the day of elections, 2024, she was 4. She said she has to go to the voting station with her mother because she has never seen her mother doing door-to-door and she's not sure her mother knows how to vote. So what I'm trying to say is, Ulatita is orientated in the life of a Nomvula. So it's not something she's going to learn from anywhere else, but she knows what has to be done. She understands patriotism. She understands going out to serve. She understands that you must be empowered to know how to do the right thing. The issues of ICT, access to knowledge, and being dependent on those that came before you. So not trusting a mother on how to vote was quite interesting, and she was allowed by the IEC to go in and help the mother. So there was some savings for the IEC. Family for me is very important to help the girl child to be the best and the one capable to survive outside, in the outside world that is very vicious.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you very
The
much.
question on the colony, as I give you this thing, the question was, is South Africa a colony or is must South Africa be free? I thought the colonizers broke the colonies themselves and they built their 4 and then later on 8 republics, which we thought we then, the 8 and then 4, which we thought we had now transformed into the Republic of South Africa, freeing everybody to think, to act, to be.
Thank you, Mama. Very profound. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it for yourself. Find inspiration and be who you are. You have no idea who is looking up to you. We now are nearing the end of our session as we celebrate Women's Day. In 1 minute, I'm going to ask all our panelists to share with us the message of hope and action they would love to live with the next generation of African women who aspire to transform politics, governance, and society. Just in 1 minute as we wrap up, mothers, please. What message of hope would you like to inspire us?
My simplest message is, let's find ourselves. Let's have a common identity. Never assume that somebody will do it for you. And therefore, the relevance of the theme, we shall not rest. Very important as well. Let us also allow ourselves to be heard so that we are not misrepresented like what we are now seeing, Africans tearing each other apart. And the face that has been put to champion this, being a face of a young woman, very energetic. And my challenge is that it is incumbent upon us, Togo and yourselves, to engage Jacinta.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mama. I'll now move to online. Please, Mama, quickly. Mama Vali, your 2 minutes. Please inspire us. What message of hope would you like to share with us? Please, in 2 minutes. Thank you.
We educate our children, but it's also important that we educate the mothers. If we can just inculcate their mothers to take the initiative to encourage their children so that they can move forward and into a new generation. I think it's important that the children know where they come from, and that they're moving into a new era of technologically, and they must learn the art of using it.
Thank you, Mama. Much appreciated. Over to you, Mama Thandi.
Well, I had a friend last night, endlini, indoda nje giant, andithi ndiyajola. But as we were talking about the politics of this country, this comrade says to me, you forget one thing. Before the colonizers came to Africa, Africa had queens. So we do need to reclaim that space because it is not a new thing to see women leading according to our cultures. Unite as women. Let us continue to mentor the young ones, but let us continue to make sure that the space opens up not only for Thandi, but for the ones that come up behind Thandi. And that way we will be able to do that, claim every space that we are qualified to claim, make sure that we prepare the next generation. Ke a leboga.
Thank you so much. Indeed, we close with a powerful reminder that women are not merely participants in African politics landscape. They are and historically have always been the catalyst for change. Thank you, mothers. Thank you, Mama. We have come to the end of our session. Thank you for your valuable discussion, your perceptions. We truly appreciate you. It is a much needed conversation, ladies and gentlemen. We need more time, and we hope that we'll have more time. Thank you very much. We're now going to hand over the gifts.
Thank you again. Thank you again to our panelists. I would like to call upon Mayor Togo Tandi to come on stage. I would like to call Ms. Togo as well, Lumpumlwana. May Nomvula Mokonyane also come forward to receive her gift. Yes, sorry. Me Togo, Mpumlwana. Ma'am Matebese, may you please join us on stage so we can also give you a token of appreciation. Dr. Koli? Thank you all, colleagues, for staying in and tuning in to the panel session that we've just had, the very insightful one. And when Ma'am Madikizela Mandela was mentioned, it reminded me that we shall not forget that we are sitting in the very building that is named after her. Now, I'd like to ask our dignitaries, as we go on a tea break, to please be the first to leave Then we shall follow them once they have left for a group photo. After the group photo has been taken, please grab your tea and your coffee and come back with to us. Thank you. We have 15 minutes. Everyone must go to the stairs outside Winnie Mandela Building. Okay. To the stairs of Winnie Madikizela Mandela Building, please. The dignitaries first, and then everyone else may follow, please. We're taking a family photo. I would like to call upon the session chair for the panel second session. I would like to call upon the second panel chair, Mr. Sipho Esihle Gumede from the Department of History at UNISA. Can we give her a round of applause, please?
Good afternoon. I'm prompted to start the session with a song, as we have been doing. Leli lizwe elamakhosikazi asoze saphela amandla. Leli lizwe elamakhosikazi asoze saphela amandla. Leli lizwe elamakhosikazi asoze saphela amandla. Greetings once again. I stand on the established protocol, and I'm most privileged to be the one that is going to lead the discussion. It's a conversation, really, an intergenerational conversation that I'd like to imagine and invite you to participate in. I am honored to be standing on the shoulders of giants. The women that were standing and sitting here on the stage, my knees are shaking. But we are going to then use what they've been talking about or even reflecting on as a beautiful segue into our discussion on Busadi. But before we get started, please allow me to invite the panelists who are going to have this conversation with us. If you can just bear with me for 2 seconds. Technology is failing me. In December of 2025, President Cyril Ramaphosa declared gender-based violence as a state of disaster. And as we reflect on issues that you could say the plight of women in the African continent, we cannot ignore what is currently plaguing our communities. If I can indulge you a little bit, let us reflect on what it means to refer to Busadi. We are drawing on Prof. Siminya's methodological and theoretical framework, which has been adapted by various scholars and has been used in order to articulate womanhood in the context of Africa. It is this methodology that allows us to regain our dignity as women and as well as our agency. So these panelists that I'm honored to share a stage with will reflect on their personal and as well as their views on what it means to be a woman, what issues do they foresee women experience. And amongst these issues that I'm hoping they will touch on is the issues of township and rural women, skilled versus unskilled labor, social grants, economic securities or insecurities, poverty, gender-based violence, unemployment. These are but a mix of a bunch of issues that women face. And in 1950s, which is the context that we are taking from, we know that it was a very challenging period for women. I would not do justice to this panel if I do not lay the historical framework to which we are looking at. As a historian myself, the 1950s was a very challenging time for women. It is on the 24th of June, 1952, when the government gave women 72 hours to register to be residents in the urban spaces. Just 72 hours. Women were reduced to be illegal asylum seekers, illegal aliens in the spaces that they were contesting on. The triple threat that is being black, being poor, and being woman was not enough. So we reflect on what organizations like the Commission of Gender Equality, what various NGOs have called for when we start to address these structural barriers that limit economic advancements and opportunities for women. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call our panelists for today. I'm going to first call on Ms. Naledi Silibano from the Commission of Gender Equality. She has done amazing work in foregrounding or even thinking about what we have gathered here today. Ms. Silibano holds a Master's of Arts degree from the University of the Witwatersrand and has extensive experience in advancing gender equality, human rights, social justice in South Africa. She currently serves as the provincial manager for the Gauteng Commission of Gender Equality and is the first MBA candidate at the Wits Business School. I hope her bio will go up because, ladies and gentlemen, it's quite extensive. Ms. Lizelle Kumalo, you may ascend the stage. She is a gender mainstreaming specialist for over 10-year experience in advancing gender equality and inclusion within organization and development context. She's passionate about integrating gender response approaches into policies and programs, institutional practices that promote equitable outcomes. Lizelle has worked closely with stakeholders across sectors to strengthen gender mainstreaming, build capacity, and drive for transformative initiatives. Again, it's extensive. And last but definitely not least, we are honored to have Prof. Hlengiwe Ndlovu, who is an associate professor and the deputy director for the Special Initiatives and Partnerships at the Center of African Philanthropy and Social Investments. The Wits Business School and the University of the Witwatersrand is where she is connected. She holds a PhD in sociology and a Master of Arts in Industrial Sociology from the University of the Witwatersrand. I want to touch a little bit, a sentence on her scholarship. Her scholarship examines the intersections of democratic governance, gender justice, and citizenship in institutional and transformation, protest politics, and social change. Now, I will just simply continue with the reflection, and then I've got a few questions that I will allow my fellow colleagues, the beautiful ladies in the front, to share what they prepared for you today. And as I've said when I began, it is now in this current conversation that this panel is a contribution or a continuation from the speakers who have opened this platform. And it continues to look at Bosadi as a framework to understanding the contemporary struggles evident. We can see what is happening in the news. We can tell from the activism in the social media platforms, and we definitely know very well, whether by first-hand experience, what women in this current state go through. We consider the extent to which the politics of 1950s have laid the foundation for a continued struggle for women's dignity, equality, and survival. Central to this conversation is the aspect of women empowerment, democratic dispensation, current geopolitical climate. The empowerment of women remains one of the most important prerequisites for inclusive development, sustainable economic growth, and social justice across Africa. While significant progress has been made in advancing women's rights increasing access to education, strengthening legal protections, and gender disparities continue to challenge women's experiences in this country. That is also reflected in the labor market and in the society. And last but not least, I want to end this reflection by saying the challenge before policymakers, civil society, community leaders is not merely to promote women's participation, but to ensure substantive equality that enables women to exercise agency and access opportunity and benefit equitably from development. I will start the reflection by acknowledging Ms. Silibano to comment on what she has prepared today. She has asked me to allow her to speak, and then we will follow up with the questions. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and for embarrassing me. Because now it looks like I want to co-chair with you by telling you what to do. Good afternoon, colleagues. Let me stand on the already established protocols and to thank the leadership of UNISA for the invitation. Prof. Kuno has this unwavering belief in me. A few years ago, when she was my supervisor, I remember during my 4th year, she invited me to a writing retreat. And out of the blue, literally out of nowhere, in a room full of people, academics and students alike, she said, Naledi's brilliant. I think she should do her PhD. And I'm thinking at that moment, I just want to pass. I'm barely making, I just want to get this honors out of the way, get a job and forget about academics. And she continues to be that scaffolding of wisdom for me. And I appreciate her so much. Please join me in giving her a round of applause. I didn't want to go here, but having listened to Thandi Modise in the briefing room, I felt moved as she was sharing about what this moment signifies and what they had to endure so that young women like myself can have access to spaces like this and have a voice. So I appreciate that, and you prompted me to go here. So a few months ago, a gentleman challenged me and said he does not believe that the 9th of August is still worthy of being celebrated. And he said his reasons were that white women joined in the struggle alongside black, colored, and Indian women because they wanted their domestic workers to move freely so that they can work in their homes. I don't know how true that assertion is, as we are often told that the truth about history depends on who tells it. But be that as it may, it is my personal view that this day is still worthy of being celebrated, because it is true that we continuously celebrate our male heroes. But at least once in a year, we have this day where we get to listen to the stories of women. We see them on pictures, we see them on videos, but there's so much that is not told about the role that they played in the liberation struggle. So I dare say that the 9th of August is still worthy of being celebrated. Allow me to sit, because one day the spirit of Thandi will come upon me and I will stand and not speak with my notes in my hand. But today I won't try anything that I don't know of. So as we reflect today about what the current Bosadi challenges mean, we are reminded that women possess rights on paper, yet face violence, poverty, and exclusion. We gather here today as witnesses to the gap between constitutional promises and the lived realities, that despite our progressive laws, women continue to disproportionately carry the burden of unpaid care work, gender pay gaps, unemployment, limited access to land and resources, and inadequate representation across various leadership positions in the different sectors. So the CGE conducted a study on access to communal land, and we found that in the new democratic dispensation, and the study was conducted about 2 years ago, that the status of being a minor that they were reduced to carries on even today. In order to have access to land, particularly communal land, women have to rope along their male relative, their father, brother. And some of the women who shared their accounts with us said, sometimes you just get a stranger and you give them 50 rand just so that they may represent you before a chief. These are current issues that we are faced with in 2026. However, today with the limited time that I have, I want to put under the spotlight the critical issue of menstrual health, dignity, as well as the pink tax. This is a topic that is often overlooked in mainstream conversation, particularly relating to how it affects girls, women, and different individuals who menstruate. A few years ago, we conducted a study in correctional facilities, and we found that women who are incarcerated had to pull down their underwear, if they are wearing any, in order to demonstrate that indeed they are menstruating, so that they can be offered a sanitary towel. So the current landscape of menstrual health and dignity in South Africa highlights that public systems are still failing to fully recognize and accommodate women's bodies. Many of us may be aware of the troubling incident that garnered significant media attention regarding Mayor Yolisa Mkaza, who is a former officer in the Cape Town Metro Police, a woman who was faced with a distressing situation and a lack of support during a night shift when she experienced a heavy menstrual flow. This challenge led her to request for transport so that she can be taken either home or to a facility where she could take care of her needs. However, her request was met with a shocking denial by her management. And instead of receiving the help that she desperately needed, she was dropped off at a petrol station near the very busy N1 highway. Leaving her with no choice, she had to put a jersey around her waist, and she had to hitchhike her way home. The public outcry that followed this incident resonated deeply with many communities, leading to widespread campaigns. And in response to the growing calls for accountability, the Metro Police announced that they were initiating an internal investigation on the matter, and that the officers who are in management, as well as supervisors, would undergo sensitivity training, aiming to prevent the recurrence of this disgraceful treatment. Sensitivity training. So Yolisa ended up making the difficult decision to resign from her job, citing the lack of dignity and the persistent absence of accountability within the administration. So this incident sheds light on the glaring absence of gender-responsive workplace protocols, a troubling lack of institutional empathy, and the normalization of indignity within work environments. The incident further highlights the urgent need for systemic changes within workplace cultures, emphasizing the importance of recognizing and accommodating the embodied experiences of all employees. So when we take a look at our current landscape in South Africa, we currently do not have menstrual leave as part of the provisions of our labor laws, forcing women to use sick leave for menstrual discomfort, for premenstrual syndrome, for premenstrual dysphoric disorder, and other related conditions. This legislative gap disadvantages women as they may exhaust their sick leave earlier than their colleagues, particularly those who do not menstruate. Yet menstruation is a biological occurrence linked to reproductive functions. It is not a choice. Zambia is the first country in Africa to implement menstrual leave, allowing women to take at least one day off without a medical certificate. I was laughing when I discovered the name that is used to refer to that day. It's called Mother's Day. And other countries include Japan, South Korea, Indonesia, Taiwan, Spain, Vietnam, as well as China. And of course, they implement this in various ways. I want to now talk about the basic education space. Numerous peer-reviewed studies in South Africa indicate that period poverty, stigma, and inadequate sanitation in schools significantly hinder education for many learners, particularly those aged between 12 and 13, and those from low-income communities. Many girls lack reliable access to sanitary towels, resulting in increased absenteeism. And we learned that contributing factors include the insufficient pre-menarche education and unsafe disposal methods, which further elevate the chances of missing school. Audits also reveal serious sanitation deficiencies in schools, leading to fears of ridicule and consequently absenteeism. Additionally, some girls frequently resort to unsafe alternatives due to the inconsistent access to menstrual products. I keep looking at you so that you can signal that, ma'am, your time is up. I do want to take note of the initiatives that have been implemented by the South African government. They include the Sanitary Dignity Program, as well as the no-fee schools policy. And there are other improvements to water and sanitation infrastructure. However, challenges remain, including inconsistent distribution of products, insufficient sanitation facilities, and the ongoing stigma surrounding menstruation. There's a study that was conducted by Equal Education, which tells us that 84% of schools lacked toilet paper, that 69% did not have locking doors, and 50% did not provide disposal bins in the girls' toilets. Let me conclude, and it's on this note. It's on this note. Okay. The debate around pink tax in South Africa, where sanitary products were historically subjected to VAT, illustrate the gendered nature of fiscal policy. Although reforms have reduced this burden, the issue underscores the need for gender-responsive budgeting and the recognition of menstrual products as essential goods. We must also recognize that it is not all the products that are VAT-free. Tampons, menstrual cups, and period underwear, as well as feminine wipes, are still subjected to the 15% VAT. And this kind of framework represents a partial reform that alleviates costs for pad users while maintaining structural inequalities across menstrual technologies. So meaning we are forced to use pads even if we don't want to. And that should not be the case. Thank you, we'll talk later.
Thank you, we'll talk later. Thank you so much. I appreciate you touching on the aspect of dignity, which is central to this theme. I think I will move on to Ms. Lizelle. I have a question for you. You have worked extremely and extensively on strengthening women's resilience. What does resilience mean in practice? And how can communities foster it?
Thank you very much for that question. And yes, I think I've from my background in development studies, right? When we're talking about empowerment, it says nobody else can empower you. It comes from within, right? So that is the basis from which we work. And the same with resilience. I think for a lot of times we use resilience as somebody who doesn't eat and go to work and we say they're resilient. That's not resilience, that's survival. And so our understanding of what resilience means, it means we can withstand shocks and we can rise above it, right? And so for you to come and say like, yes, I've instilled resilience in somebody, it's not that. All that you're doing is you're giving people tools to work with. What Naledi said and what I was thinking of, because I really prepared in terms of our womanhood and the leadership within the womanhood as well, right? And what I've found within our work and working with a lot of things is the system that we're pushing into people into is still very much patriarchal. We have not changed the structures that exist. So now you're saying you must be resilient in those very structures. You know, there's this interesting quote from one of our feminist leaders that we want to break the master's house with the master's tools. Right? And we cannot do that. We have to now really think of what do we put in place? What do we really want for this? And then that's why I always say when we're talking about resilience, it looks different across different spaces and for different women. Because the big thing is our womanhood is not the same. We could be all going through the same journey and the sameness, but when we're talking about that resilience building that we do is to recognize that within this community right now, there is a woman that has levers to power that should be an ally, but sometimes, you come and find they're not an ally, they're a gatekeeper. We have people that are being subjected based on different reasons within that very same community, right? And so we're saying the solidarity that we're talking about and that we say exists, but if you don't experience it, what resilience then are you there within that one person who has to face multiple challenges? And so what we did, and this is like really part of my previous life, before moving to the bank, was really looking at those communal tools and those things that existed before that we have to tap into. Because I find that a lot of that stories that help survive and help women thrive, because I think the narrative that's also going on is like that women were always oppressed. We must recognize that the oppression came with colonization. There's a lot of incidents where, when we're looking at African women histories, they were influencers, they were decision makers, they were allowed space. It was not even about the table, they were there. And so when the colonizers came with their thinking, and that's why I like the idea of the Bosadi, because it takes away that narrative from the English language of the woman and everything else. It puts it into a different light, right? And so we have to go back to those things where we recognize that there is influence within, as our previous speaker said, there's influence within the home, there's influence within the thinking. And how do we get to that type of influence? So for me, the resilience building is working with what is already in existence and not trying to put in something that won't resonate within people as well. So yeah.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, Prof. Ndlovu, one of the most inspiring work that you've done that coincides perfectly to why we gather here today is your work on the Bantu Square Duncan village, when the police fired shots and dispersed a community meeting and also killed numerous people. You looked at the role played by women at organizing and the attendance of that meeting. And this occurrence happened much earlier than 1956. Could you reflect on the entire conversation from the morning to what the other panelists have said into your thinking and framing behind what has been said today and what we are talking about today?
Thank you, panel moderator. You read my script. Thank you so much. Please allow me to stand on the protocol that's already observed in the House, and with utmost respect, especially to the panel that came before us. We are really humbled. We are really humbled. But also to underscore my colleague Naledi about how Professor Grace Kuno believes in us. And I'm saying it because it carries so much weight and meaning, and also inspires the work that we do. So I have some intellectual giants here in the room. I might not have seen some of them, but Professor Puleng is here, Prof. Grace, as well as Prof. Edith Paswana. And I name them because these are the women that I got to learn from. I've read historical struggles, but I've interacted with them directly. With Prof. Grace Kuno, I think I just graduated with my PhD in 2020. Got my first academic job in 2022, and then I came here for a different seminar. She looked at me and she said, "You are a Black woman with a PhD. You will never be poor again." And she went on to say, above everything else, you are doing amazing work. You have no idea what that did to me, even in the spaces where I work today. It's important for us, but also it is important for the people that we are mentoring in this room today to know that there is someone who sees you, who sees your work. When I was applying for my associate professor promotion last year, I also put her name down to be one of my recommenders. One of the lines that I read from her recommendation when I got to see it was, she said, "This promotion is timely." When everyone else thought you just finished your PhD in 2020, how dare you become an associate professor now? In the room where the committee that promoted me sat, there was Professor Khadija Khoza Shangas. She said, "I sat and I said, this profile is excellent and I'm not going to be convinced otherwise." So these are the women that I learned from directly in my generation, but also there are women who walked before them so that they crawled so that they can run, so that we can fly. And I'm proud to say to you, Naledi, today, I work for an organization that allows me or any other woman in the organization to take 1 day leave without explaining why they are off work. And just, at the center of on African philanthropy and social investment, you do not have to explain that you are on your periods. You are not there, it's your 1 day, it's just known. You just say, "It's my 1 day," that is it. So this is the progress that the women who sat here on this panel and many others, fought for, so that today we can enjoy those privileges. So to quickly answer your question, if you could allow me to read, that's why I was saying you read my script, because I don't want to take much time. How much time do I have to answer that question? 2 minutes. Okay. I'll read quick. So I enter this conversation conscious that my presence here is not an individual achievement. I'm able to occupy this space to speak with authority and to be heard because generations of women struggled to make such presence possible. We rest on their struggles. We speak from freedoms they imagined, demanded, and in many instances, never lived long enough to enjoy. The women who marched to the Union buildings in 1956, including the women of Duncan Village who were sacrificed at the Bantu Square massacre in 1952, are the women who did more than oppose the past laws. They confronted a political order that sought to regulate Black women's movement, labor, family life, and belonging. They rejected a system that attempted to decide whether they could live, where they could live, where they could work, and how they could move, and where they could appear as full political subjects in the country of their birth. So we rightfully remember Umam Lillian Goy, Helen Joseph, Rahima Musa, Sophia Williams de Bruin, and the other ones that we saw here today. But amongst them, there are women of Duncan Village and many others that we must also remember. Thousands of those whose names were not preserved with equal generosity. They were domestic workers, factory workers, rural women, mothers, teachers, nurses, community organizers, and political educators. Their presence from the archive, their absence from the archive does not mean that they were absent from history, but their collective labor widened the political space in which a later generation of women like me could speak, lead, and produce knowledge. So it is from this place of gratitude, inheritance, and responsibility that I enter the current question on Busadi struggles. The issue before us is not only how far women have come, but it is also what forms of power have survived, adapted, and reorganized themselves across generations. So it is those women of Duncan Village that I write about, and the women in the room today, on whose shoulders we stand on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for them. Can we clap for them, ladies and gentlemen? I appreciate all your reflections, and I'm going to allow for the audience to engage you on their questions. But before we do, I just also want to reflect and conclude to say the realization of gender equality, as you've said, it is clear that empowerment cannot be measured by policy commitments and representation through statistics. Period. Awareness, resilience, and as well as standing on the shoulders of giants is what makes our current status as women to be quite intricate, but also show that there is hope for the future, as we have seen and as you have stated. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to allow 5 minutes for questions. I'm not sure, Program Director, how much time do I have to take questions? But I will also stand on what has been done. We've got 10 minutes. 5 questions in 10 minutes. Can we do it? Okay. We've got 1 question over there by the gentleman. 2. Where? 3. Noted. 4. The last one. 5. I don't know if the ushers organizing team with roaming mics. Did you see? The first one is the gentleman with the white t-shirt. And number 2 as well. Please prepare yourself. Please be brief and straight to the point.
Thanks, Chair. Long live to the mothers, long live in this era of large language models. I get excited during this time, especially when I'm birthday on the 8th of December month. The question, so the issue is it was tough during the 1950s, even 1955, the establishment of the Black Sash. So, the question, women of privilege, addressing the issues of women from the other end of the story. The issue of intergenerational elasticity, Institute for Security Studies were conducting a research. So, like we saw, our girls from FISMAS were dehumanized to ventilate topless in the state. So, what about the girls in high school who like to ventilate those issues of teenage pregnancies and stuff? Can you direct us further? Thanks.
Did you get the question? Okay. Number 2. Here.
Thank you so much for an insightful conversation. My name is Pushele Jomalega from UNISTA Department of Political Sciences. My question is in relation to what are proposed solutions in relation to ongoing norms and stereotypes that are negatively shaping Bosadi or womanhood struggles and sabotage women's journey towards resilience. Thank you.
The third one? I don't remember now. Okay, I see a hand there. I did note you. Can the fourth one is? Then the fifth? I don't remember, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Dr. Ngala from the Department of Information Science here at UNISA. My question is directed to Professor Hlengiwe, where she said that prominent women who have contributed so much in making the lives of certain women or all of us better, their names are not in the archives. However, it doesn't mean that they are not in history. So based on that statement, Prof, what can we do as women, or what can we do as the institutions of higher learning, and what can we do as communities to ensure that those names of women, ordinary women, and fighters, and whatever category, are included in the archives? Where do we start to ensure that they are included in the archives, they are included in museums? Because when you go around, most of the time in the museums, you find collections that are based on certain historical events, or when you go to the archives right now, national archives, even provincial archives, you find that collections that are in the archives, mostly it's men. But we have so many women who have contributed. So how can we build or ensure that the names of women are also reflected in the collections in archival institutions? Do we build our own community archives, start from afresh, or we challenge the policies that determine what kind of collection are actually sent to the archives, or we start collecting pictures of these women and take them to the archives, or we conduct oral history collections? So, but where do we start? What can we do? We need solutions.
Thank you. Fourth question, and then quickly the fifth question. Question 4 is, okay.
Hi, my name is Amara Magamola, and I'm from Achipo Holdings. And I was wondering regarding the LGBTQ community, how are they able to find, being able to feel secure and being supported in their community, in particular the rural areas and the townships? Thank you.
And then the last question is a gentleman on my left. We will take the questions in no particular order, but this one is the last one.
Good afternoon, actually. Is it afternoon? Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies. I'm very proud actually to be amongst you, gorgeous ladies, as you can see on my next hand side, on my right-hand side section. As you can see on my other hand here, I'm sitting with a Mpumalanga lady. That means the sun is before you, ladies. Actually, my question is based on how what mechanism can we create enable for us as a large society to promote women in their profession without them fighting with men As we can know, as we can see that large corporations are established and large capital is being invested by men in our country. So what mechanism can we enforce that so that we can make sure that women are being promoted also? And by the way, actually, my name is Sipo Senkosi. I'm a student at UNISA, BCom student in UNISA in accounting science. And also I'm a SMME ambassadors finalist. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take your responses to the questions in no particular order.
Okay, so there was one question that was directed to me, and then I'll also, in addition to that, take the question on LGBTQAI plus communities. But in everything that has been said so far in the room and the conversations that we've been having in the morning, perhaps this addresses all questions that have been raised. I think one most important thing that we know and we are certain is that patriarchy is daring. It is so daring, so much that it survives exposure. You know, it can be named, it can be condemned, it can be legislated against, it can be rejected through institutional policies, but it always finds a way, you know, to reorganize itself. It has an interesting way of starting resistance. You know, even when we are talking about it, it learns our vocabulary of resistance. But also, you know, it continues to exist amongst us. So that's the biggest challenge. And one of the biggest challenges and the painful reality about being an activist and a gender activist in particular is the reality of that change is not going to come tomorrow. But nonetheless, the struggle continues. So we continue to fight. So in terms of the question directed to me on women who are not found elsewhere, I think we need to rest on that resilience and determination to say change is not going to to come today. Our mothers were sitting here, they fought, but even today, we are still fighting some of the issues that they've been fighting, but we are fighting better because they scored some gains that we are standing on today. So we are doing work, and we should be patient with ourselves in terms of going back to the archive and bringing those voices to the fore of those unknown women. When I started writing about the women of Duncan Village in 2014, I was doing my master's. They were unknown. Even that massacre is not even recognized in the historical books of South Africa. Yet, when you read, especially one of the books that Donald Card gave to Utatu Nelson Mandela, who is the police, who was responsible for policing East London and surrounding areas by that time, he acknowledges that more than 200 people died. But then we go to the communities and we do oral histories, and which is the task that we do, that we are also supposed to do with our legends who are sitting here today, so that we story those stories. So when I started writing about those women, they were unknown. However, in 2022, the Journal of Southern African Studies published a special issue. And this has came from some of the work that I've been doing in Duncan Village, publishing small papers, and then they commissioned a special issue, a part special issue. And we started writing about them. So it is our role as people who are in the knowledge production space, who are doing the writing, who are performing, and then to continue disrupting those spaces. When we started that special issue, the contestation was the fact that the people of East London, they killed a Catholic nun who was a medical doctor and ate her. So these were white anthropologists who were writing that history, but I said step back a bit before we even enter into an academic argument. By Ubuntu as human beings, as Xhosa people, we do not eat other human beings. Let's start there before we even. So we continue to disrupt those narratives, but also that's how we continue to impose ourselves, because it is also okay to create our alternative spaces as long as we are going to put the work of building that archive and the narratives to come to the space and to the fore, so that these women begin to be known and they begin to be acknowledged and recognized. On the question of the LGBTQAI plus communities, it is also our responsibility, to do the work, because this is the work of activism, and our people, they've got a lot to say. Some of the things that they say about other human beings, they are so painful. So 2 weeks back, I was facilitating a workshop at the KZN legislature. It was a symposium for young women in the LGBTQAI plus communities. And then someone there said, it will be so disingenuous for a heterosexual woman to shame a lesbian woman, because the struggles that we encounter, they intersect and they are the same. You cannot, when you are at the bottom of the food chain, as a Black person for that matter, and you will think less of the other person. So when we go back home, in those rural areas that we talk about, we must engage from our dinner tables at home, our own siblings, our own cousins, our own nephews who are homophobic from home before we go to the street, because it has to begin from home. And when we change the perceptions at home, it's easier then to then grow the activism. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. There was a question around how women do not have to fight men in order to have access to spaces. I think it's an incorrect question. The question should be, how do we keep women? How do we retain women in these spaces? Because if you look at, for example, in the private sector, in the top 100 listed JSE companies, the number of CEOs falls below 10%. When you look into politics, the number has dipped. We were right on our way up, and now we've dipped. In the municipal elections, it was even worse. In the previous election, we fell below 40%. So we're not fighting for space. We have to be there. We equally claim the space and the right to occupy those seats. So the question is wrong. How do we retain women as they carry the burden of unpaid care work, as they face sexual harassment in the workplace, as they face high rates of unemployment, the disproportionate rate of HIV on young girls, so on and so forth. We can name all of the challenges that would need us to ask the question, what must we do more to retain women in leadership positions? We are not fighting men, trust me. And there was a question around intergenerational conversations and it being elastic in nature. And I think it was Me Tokompumulan who spoke about that thread and how batons must be passed on. And I think that is accurate. But what we need to desist from doing is saying they are too old. Let them sit down. And for them not to say, you think you know, with your TikToks and your technology. I think there's value in us coming together and learning from one another.
Yes.
I think the wisdom of the old and the energy of the young can set us high. And then on teenage pregnancy, I like when Metandi Modise spoke about correcting language. I don't think it's teenage pregnancy. Oftentimes, it is child and adolescent rape.
Yes.
And we have made girls carry the stigma and the burden and to seem like they are the problem. Trust me, they are not.
Yes.
Young girls are raped. Older men take advantage of young girls and say, but she consented. They come to our spaces and share beans. They take out their cleavages and I just took advantage of that. We've recently conducted a study in the CGE about statutory rape. And I can tell you, one of the men that we interviewed in our focus group said, us as men, we know it's wrong. We know it's wrong, but there's impunity. That's why we carry on doing this. So I think let us correctly name things.
Yes.
I don't think it's teenage pregnancy. Young girls are being taken advantage of. Young girls are being raped daily. And then lastly, on dismantling stigma and stereotypes, I'm from the Commission for Gender Equality, so for me it's about accountability. I think we need to account for the gendered forms of corruption. What is the impact of corruption on development, on getting our systems to work? So that is a challenge that we are faced with. And so for me, it's about accountability. And oftentimes I think we lack accountability because the finger points back here.
Yes.
We need the political will, but the challenge is that it points to them. The finger says, you are the problem. We are in a country right now where we know that it's unsafe for women to live here. Yet it took women going to the streets to fight for the GBV strategic plan.
Yes.
When we go all around the world with our dignitaries, I love them. They talk about how great a practice that is, but forgetting to mention that women had to march.
Yes.
Women had to write a shadow NSP prior to government adopting its own. Women had to force the president of this country to host the first GBV conference.
Yes.
So I think accountability is key, political will, and those that the fingers point back at, let them look in the mirror and self-correct.
Yeah. Ms. Lizelle, do you have any last thoughts as well on the questions?
Yes, just to also build on the stereotypes.
1 minute,
Okay,
please.
I'll be quick on the stereotypes and then the question about power, which also goes back to language. And to build on what you've said, again, it is a narrative of the stereotypes. And I always find it weird that we never ask what qualifies men. It's always what qualifies women, what training do women need to show that they are leaders? And you're like, why isn't that question? So it's always their justification that women has to do to claim a space, to claim something within certain spaces. And that's why I appreciate spaces like this where we can come together and we're not blind to the real challenges that we face, but we encourage each other. Because I think it's a lot of backlash that we face on a daily, that to have the support systems are so important within this space. Then also to build on in terms of fighting for space or fighting men for positions of power, the evidence has been made clear. That where women are involved in processes, they actually lead to meaningful change for everyone, not just women. We see that where women are CEOs of companies, that those companies perform better, not only on the balance sheet, but in terms of CSI investments, in terms of giving back to their communities, in terms of care within the organizations as well. Those are triple benefits that women bring that has been proven. It's out there. All of those things exist, right? Also then when we look at it from somebody that's working now within the loan space, that when women who have such a hard time accessing finance, when they do actually access finance and they get loans, they are not defaulters. They actually pay better than men. And yet we're not asking then, why do we still not give loans to women for development purposes? We're still having that fight. Yes. The evidence exists. So now where do we keep on going? Do we have the fight within ourselves, or do we now realize that men genuinely need to change their mindset? But it is that patriarchy. They can adapt. They can find different ways. So as women progress and answer the one question, the patriarchy creates another question for you to answer. So they just set up those obstacles every single time. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Allow me to close this discussion, and thank you so much for your questions, by referring to a quote that is unknown by Me Lilian Goy. She said, "Let us be brave. We have heard of men shaking in their trousers, but who has ever heard of a woman shaking in her skirt?" With this conversation, I hope you have been empowered to believe in what could possibly be achieved with women taking up space, with women raising their voices, with ultimately women being heard. I want to close and get off the stage, I promise, while I allow the program director to come with the giving of gifts, to say, when I joined UNISA, I joined it during 2020. It was almost the same time with Professor Linkabula started to be the principal of UNISA. Two gentlemen said, "We remember the golden days when men used to be in charge," because a woman was a principal of a university of a whole South Africa. And I want to say that has been inspiring to see that the same woman has been allowed a second term in this university, and she deserves a round of applause. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I would like for the panelists to stand as we honor them with gifts, tokens of appreciation, to say, "Nangomso." Even when we call you tomorrow to come and grace us with your views, please, Sabelan.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the second panel and the chair, as well as the panelists who are on the second panel. We will now be breaking for lunch, and we shall resume at 2:00. For those who have orange wristbands, may you please get your food outside where you had received your tea. Those who have the red bands, may you please go to the Philadelphia Hall that is on the 3rd floor. For those who are receiving their food outside where you got their tea, you are welcome to go to Examination Hall 1 and 2 to sit comfortably and eat. And for those with the blue bands, which are part of our dignitaries, will be guided off to Mpebatu. Please note that there are ushers who will be assisting for those who do find themselves being lost. We may now leave. Now that we're back and we've been entertained, I would like to call upon Dr. Xolisa Mazibuko for our third panel. She is from the Department of Development Studies here at UNISA.
Good afternoon, colleagues, distinguished guests, our scholars, students, and friends. I'd like to say all protocol observed. It is my pleasure today to welcome you to our third panel, which is on reclaiming solidarities. Over the course of today's program, we have reflected on women's resistance, political transformation, and the contemporary challenges facing Busadi. Those conversations have helped us understand our history and our present realities. This panel now invites us to look ahead and to consider what kinds of solidarities are needed for the future. In a world that is marked by growing inequalities, social fragmentation, and complex global challenges, solidarity remains more than a historical ideal. It is an ongoing practice and a continuing necessity. The question before us is not only how solidarities were built in the past, but how they can be renewed, strengthened, and sustained across generations, institutions, communities, as well as borders. We are fortunate today to be joined by an exceptional panel whose experience spans from activism, diplomacy, leadership development, scholarship, and feminist thought. Together, they offer perspectives that will help us think about solidarity as both a lived experience as well as a collective responsibility. Our discussion will move across different but interconnected dimensions of solidarity. We will begin with a perspective of a liberation activist, a diplomat, and a veteran of international struggles, and we will move to insights from a distinguished leader who she dedicated her life in developing women leaders and strengthening networks of support. And we'll conclude with reflections of a scholar whose work explores feminism, womanism, decolonial thought, and the connections between Africa and its diaspora. Taken together, these perspectives allow us to reflect on solidarity from historical, organizational, and intellectual vantage points, and to consider what it might mean to reclaim and reimagine solidarity in our current moment. It is now my pleasure to introduce our first panelist. Our first speaker is Ambassador Ribbon Msholi. Ambassador Msholi's life story reflects a remarkable journey through South Africa's liberation struggle, international diplomacy, and public service. Recruited into the ANC underground and the Umkhonto weSizwe in the 1970s, she served the struggle both on the African continent and internationally, including assignments at the United Nations and later in South Africa's intelligence service. Most recently, she has served as South Africa's ambassador of the Czech Republic between 2017 to 2021. Please join me in welcoming Ambassador Ribbon Msholi. Our second speaker is Ms. Nana Mahomola. Ms. Mahomola is a distinguished lawyer, business leader, feminist, and leadership development advocate. She has dedicated decades to creating opportunities for women leaders and has played significant roles in the Nelson Mandela's Children's Fund, the Women Development Business Trust, and the International Women's Forum South Africa, which she currently chairs. Her contributions have been recognized through numerous national and international leadership awards. Please help me welcome Ms. Nana Mahomola. And our final speaker is Dr. Letabo Masha. Dr. Masha is a lecturer in the Department of English Studies at the University of South Africa and is an editor of Imbizo, International Journal of African Literary and Comparative Studies. Her work engages feminist, womanist, decolonial, and post-colonial scholarship with particular interest in African literatures and the relationships between African continent and its diaspora. Welcome, Dr. Masha. So colleagues, I'll be joining my panelists on the couches so that we can have our conversation. So to begin our conversation, I will start by asking our panelists 2 questions, and I will start with Ambassador Msholi. So an interesting thing about Ambassador Mushodi is that she has worked in intelligence, diplomacy, military structures, and political structures. Not many people have operated in those spaces, especially women. So I've got 2 questions for you. Many liberation movements relied heavily on international solidarity. What lessons from those experiences remain relevant today? And my second question is, looking back on the international solidarity that supported South Africa's liberation struggle, what lessons do you believe younger generations should remember today?
Well, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. I don't have any written things, not because I am an encyclopedia or whatever. I have load shedding, so reading, I need Abet. On a serious note, I think your questions have been answered by the panel that was before us. Those who gave the historical perspective or historical background. But the interesting thing is that that information will never be stale. That information will always be relevant. We learned from those who came before us, and we hope that the younger people will learn from us in turn. I think you have heard and read that O.R. Tambo was sent into exile to whip up solidarity with our struggle in South Africa, our struggle for national liberation. And he did a sterling job. But the women of the liberation movement, and I'm saying liberation movement deliberately because as the African National Congress, we used to interact with people like Me Sibeko of the Pan-Africanist Congress, Victoria Mehlomakulu, ZAPU women, SWAPO, everybody. And we put our struggle as women in its correct perspective, to the extent that it was us, women of South Africa, and in particular women of the African National Congress, who actually added to the theme of the UN, equality, development, and peace.
At first, it was equality and development. They had forgotten about us. But we came with gusto and included development. Because equality was all embracing. We needed to be equal as a race. We needed to be equal as women. And that is still necessary even today. You see, women all over the world are struggling against patriarchy. It's not only us who are struggling against the patriarchy here. The difference is that we talk about it. We act. We insist on being heard. We are actively insisting on being heard. I'll tell you an anecdote that made European women really think that I was BI, whatever. You know, we would go to conferences at the UN. You find a European woman purporting to be a champion or an expert in the struggles of African women. And they will zero in on circumcision and all that. In other words, trying to weaponize our problems. And that is a no-no to us. But I think it was 2010 or 2011. I go to Europe, it's the 125th anniversary of the Social Democratic Party of Germany. Now the women go aside. You know, for the first time, these women were actually talking about their problems, which in many respects were actually worse than our problems. Because can you imagine women in the EU still fighting for equal pay for equal work? Women still fighting to be recognized as professors, as priests, as whatever field you can think of. Some of the things we already take for granted because our constitution guarantees us those spaces. But our panelists who are here are very right that we must retain those spaces. We cannot let go. In fact, we should make sure that we enhance not only our number, but our quality participation in those spaces. Because most of the time you find that as women, we think we have arrived and then rest on our laurels and not do the work that we are instructed to do. Which reminds me, you know, OR was a champion of women. He came to the camp one day, and I was the only woman there. And he asked what my role was. I say I am a commissar. He says, you see, you girls, you must learn one thing. Never accept a position at the behest of men or for their comfort. That is still true up to today. It's still true up to today. So solidarity is not something that goes stale. There are many women in the world who are still fighting. Think about the Palestinian women. The apartheid that they live under is much worse than the apartheid that I was born into, grew up to fight and win. Weaponizing women's struggles like the West is doing with the women of Afghanistan, the women in Iran, That should be boxed in another place. You can't talk about apartheid against women of Afghanistan because you will be watering down the concept that has been universally accepted that apartheid as it prevailed in South Africa and now in Palestine is a crime against humanity. So solidarity can also be negative. That's what I am trying to portray right now. The whole continent knows that the worst evil was at the tip of the continent, here in South Africa. So we know it when we see it, we can smell it, and no one can tell us or should tell us otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Moshodi. Now I'll move on to Ms. Nana Mahumola. So one thing that stands out about you is that you've spent decades creating opportunities for other women rather than only advancing your own career. So we've heard today about solidarities during the liberation struggle and those emerging from contemporary spaces. So what practical steps can we take to strengthen solidarity between younger and older generations? Specifically looking at things like mentoring young women.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Graveyard session. I was thinking to myself, half the audience is gone. But then I remembered that those who are supposed to be here are here. So we will enjoy the afternoon with those that are here. Yeah, indeed, women's development has been my thing. And it came from when I saw myself in the various positions that I had held prior, where as a woman, upward mobility was restricted. I had a degree. My counterparts didn't have degrees, but because they were white and male, they would take over the space. So I knew I had to do something about it. But also, luckily, there were other, talking about solidarity, there were other organizations that, look at that. When I was thinking about today, that it's 70 years since our women leaders marched to union building. And we've scratched the surface, but there's still so much more to do. And the whole thing about we shall not rest, and I'm thinking, it means I'm also gonna die without this thing changing, hey? Because, I'll talk about some things that I think we should do based on my own personal experience of where I came from in terms of leadership. We live in a country where the laws are there. Our constitution is a constitution for rights. The gender equality organization, honoring this day also, it means we are progressive in terms of wanting to have women develop. But there are inherent things that are making it difficult. When you work with men, you have to prove yourself so much more. We have to do twice the amount of work they do. We have to have more degrees than they had. And part of the reason why I actually started some of the organizations, I did that at ESCOM. I had 2 degrees already when I joined the organization. And the people I was working with, some of them had only 1 degree, but they were senior. But there are things that I knew we had to do to make sure that we change the status quo. One of the things that I think we should look at when opportunities come, when there's an election or a nomination, we must make sure it's an opportunity for us to change the status quo. So we must not miss an opportunity of nominating a woman. And sometimes I know I've been there where you want to nominate someone, they think they're not ready, but we know you're ready. So we'll take you there. But also what we do, we don't take people there and not help them to develop. In South Africa, we're lucky we have the EE Act. And I think we're not using it enough. You know, we only wake up when something has to go to court. But in general, we're not wide awake about that. There's an issue of violence against women in leadership. Sometimes it's physical, at other times it's subtle. How it becomes subtle is the abuse, the verbal abuse, the way the men will deal with you. We are constantly having to fight. You know, my daughter, who is 37, you know, so funny. She says when she goes to work, she has to, luckily you guys don't know where she works, so you're not going to be able to talk about the company. She says she has to cover herself up to here. And she hardly ever wants to wear long sleeve dresses. I mean, long sleeves, because you know, she just wasn't want the attention. And I spoke to one of her colleagues who told me that, can I say something, you guys? Sexual abuse in corporates is real. That's the violence I'm talking about. And we don't talk about it, you know, because we don't expect it, you know. But yeah, here's the other thing. So we must think about it and see how we deal with it. The other thing is, when there are interviews, I'm going to talk about interviews in any environment, we must ensure that there's equal treatment of the treatment, in particular, women. We must have policies and code of conducts that make sure that the women are included in the interviews. And then also, somebody earlier on spoke about this. When you have a panel, your panel must have women in it. Because if you don't have women in your panel, the candidates are going to be judged with a men's eye view. And the one thing that we also experience is that when you have two candidates, one is a female, the other one is male. The male candidate, it is assumed that he has experience, it is assumed that he'll be able to do the job. But for the female candidate, they have to prove that they have worked elsewhere before we can consider them. So what it is, they're willing to take risks with men and not so much about women. So it's our responsibility then as women in leadership positions to make sure that, yes, indeed, we take risks with the women. But also we don't bring you in there and let you sink. We have to create support system for you. One, skills development is my thing for women. And I do a whole lot, just sometimes even just helping, I'm gonna say teach, but that we don't teach, but helping to let them be able to articulate themselves. When you walk into the room, own the space, and when discussions are made, make sure that you speak. Don't spend the whole day in a room without speaking. You see, because then you're messing it up for other people. Speak with confidence. And for me, having worked with men, I know when you've raised a point that is important, it gets ignored. But if the same point is raised by a man, oh, now for the first time they hear it. So it is our responsibility as other women in the room to repeat and to amplify your voice, having raised the points that the men are doing. So you have to invest in capacity building, but also we have to make sure there is a budget. Because if you want to do all these things, but the institution or yourself, you don't have the money, you can only talk. But if you don't have money to do the action that you want to do, it's going to be difficult. Okay, I can speak the whole day by day.
Thank you so much. Now we move on to Dr. Masha. So what particularly stands out about you, Dr. Masha, is your ability to bring together feminist, womanist scholarship as well as African literature studies. So now I'd like you to give you a chance to reflect on our panel topic.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Also standing on the protocol that was observed earlier, But most importantly, I am acknowledging the greatness that I am seated with here. It's a lot. I'm very honored to be sharing this discussion with the ladies that I'm with here. Dr. Koli, you put me under pressure with the literature and stuff. But in any case, earlier someone spoke about the limited archival work or the recording of the contributions of South African women in the liberation struggle, right? And it made me think of one of my favorite novels. I speak about this novel so many times. The novel is called And They Didn't Die by Loretta Ngobo. It was written in 1990. And I think that's one of the very few fictional works or writings by Black South African women that, while it's fictional, but there's also realist fiction. So what we call realist fiction is fiction that sort of depicts the society, reflects the society. So And They Didn't Die, what Loretta Ngobo does is that she masterfully writes about the experiences of rural women as well as their children, and the struggles that they faced under the apartheid struggle. These also include then the introduction of the passes and, the deprivation of land and all of those things, right? And this novel then becomes a testament to say that though a lot of African literature or South African literature written by men did not really magnify or include the role of women's struggles, but it is works by Loretta Ngobo and Miriam Tlali and all of these others which actually contradict the perception that women were simply keeping house at home while men were out and about in the struggle. So instead, women from various backgrounds have been and continue to be involved in fighting against various systems that subjugate and marginalize them. So see, what helps with quite a few panels is some ideas are also spoken before you come. You're like, but that's on my script. But well, at least it summarizes your script to a certain extent. So speaking about solidarities, it is solidarity that enabled the estimated, Matandi spoke and said that it's probably not even 20,000. So we'll just say the estimated 20,000 women who marched to the union buildings to emphasize the fight that began as early as 1913. With the women who marched to Bloemfontein under the leadership of Mam Charlotte Maxeke, as well as the 1929 demonstrations in Bloemfontein. So it's quite the timelines showing that a movement just didn't arise out of nowhere. So the handing over of the batons throughout different generations as well is what we are here to talk about in this panel. So additionally, although we're a white women's organization, which was initially, for the most part, preoccupied with the experiences of the white community, the Black Sash also held hands with FEDSO and the ANC Women's League in the fight against past laws that were to be extended to African women. So although the government proceeded with the legalization of the passes anyway, but we stand here today to celebrate the efforts of these women that we stand on their shoulders, to show that the brave in all the women are white, all the men are black, and some of us are brave. I hope we're familiar with that. So this is evidence that the brave in that contest were not just passive beings in their oppression. So as the children which the 1956 women spoke for to attain better futures, what solidarities are we reclaiming today? For someone as old or as young as South Africa's democracy, today or this celebration forces me to reflect on the community that I've come to create and that which I envision to be a part of in the quest of liberations amidst various post-apartheid challenges. In a country regulated by neo-colonial and neo-apartheid systems which continue to place African women at the bottom of the barrel in a few spaces, I argue that solidarities across class, race, ethnicities, gender, and transnational are still crucial. I'm also adding transnational because in the biographies of the greats that we are amongst today, we read a lot of how they were not just in South Africa. Hey, they were busy jumping borders so that speaks to the solidarity, the intercontinental and national solidarities that are crucial. However, these solidarities between class, race, ethnicities, gender, and trans nations would require honesty and commitment to truly acknowledge privileges which still exist today. These are privileges related to whiteness and patriarchy. So to say that, though we're saying democratic South Africa and we're aiming for solidarities, we need to be truthful in the solidarities that we are creating, that we're not just happy with sitting by the fire and singing Kumbaya, with others not being very honest about the privileges that they have and that they had and continue to have, and all of those things. So despite gender frameworks geared towards the eradication of gendered violence, education, and employment access, as well as improved health sciences, other panelists have spoken about this. The country has been confronted still with issues such as femicide, poor health services for women, as well as women negotiating, in this, Black women particularly negotiating for the spaces that they find themselves. So addressing these matters often requires also collaboration between researchers, government office bearers, and the concerned women themselves. So the researchers and the government bearers or officials would not see the women as subjects of study without having to include them to listen to what they propose or what they need. So in a world like today, where a lot of African women are afforded spaces like this, we need to see women outside of these spaces as collaborators, and not us going to them with knowledge and information and trying to solve problems. That's that. And now lastly, to bring it close home, a few scholars engage the dynamics of African women's negotiation and navigation in the academy where we are. Allow me to brag a bit about our institution, if I may. So at UNISA, we have the privilege of having, for instance, RDA Chrysalis. We have women in research forums. We have young women in research initiatives, among others. These initiatives exist to support and champion the development of women academics across age, race, and ethnicity. And some of the members of these forums include Prof. Sekgalo and Prof. Kuno. I think whenever I get to interact or see them, I'm always finding out. I'm like, these ones are girls. Do you know what girl? You know? So in these forums that we have with such leaders that come before us, you get to see the intergenerational solidarities and empowerment through our interactions with them. And also the deputy vice principal spoke about one of our CNAs, which is the Feminist, Womanist, and Busari Theorizations, which is a part of the catalytic niche areas identified as scholarly spheres of strategic importance that are at the core of our institutional identity. So all this is to say that while challenges persist, even today, it is such initiatives that attest to the various efforts that women do. So while there are careless sayings about women being each other's enemies, I am of a different view of proven changes brought about by women's solidarity today. If there are such cases, it's the patriarchy. In such cases, oftentimes it's the patriarchy that benefits anyway. So in closing, though some young women reject or renegotiate the slogan Watinta Abafazi, Watinta Imbogoto, arguing that their humanness also has to be clear. It is the symbolism of not being broken by any system, be it white imperialism or patriarchy, that we should reflect on. May each and every one of us ask ourselves right now today if we are to fulfill or betray the mission that our generation is or has been confronted with as per Fanon's provocation. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists. I would now like to invite 3 questions or comments from our audience. Three. Is there anyone who can assist us with the mics? The mics? Oh, they're coming. Okay. So one up there. Okay. You can go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists. Nana, you talk about the workspace or the place of work being a violent space, right? But that hasn't changed. If you listen to what young people are talking and telling us, and if you see what's happening just in terms of the workplace, it is extremely toxic. How do we begin to change that as women? But also, how do we create spaces for young women to actually detox? Because we ourselves have become patriarchs, but also we have also become misogynistic. Thank you. My name is Sakina Mohammed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to pose my question to Ambassador. Mamane, reading your profile, and I'm fortunate enough to share a room with Uma Mutandi, and the leader of the ANC nationally. So we can agree, all of us here, there is a system that is able to empower women. As you are one amongst us today and one of the powerful women in South Africa. Then the commemoration of today, the women then, they were concerned about the laws, the policy position then, which was very dangerous to us and very dangerous to women as well. Now, my understanding, what I want to understand today, in terms of the law, it's 70 years now since that thing happened, since the march happened. So where they are, they might be very much interested to say, from all these 70 years, are there any few achievements that we can point out in terms of policy to say at least these 1 or 2, 3 policies protected us as women. As I make an example, when I started to speak and say, there is a system that produces you ambassador, reading to your profile. On the national TV, we have seen and heard Umamutandi strongly calling point of orders and presiding over a difficult period of political contestation in South Africa. So I have said a lot, but my interest, I wanted to maybe hear 3 or 2 things in terms of policy that they've tried to protect women. There are many examples that we can come up with. The government currently saying a 16-year-old can consent. Now we have a crisis of teenage pregnancy, many issues. But in the center of these things and consequences, there are policy positions. Lastly, in this year, is going to be local government elections. Where I come from, in the Walter Sisulu municipalities, I want to make an example about 2 political parties, which usually go to public and do public participation, whereby they invite the community members. I'm coming from Maltoa, it's 6 wards. So 2 political parties does this public participation, which is the ANC and the EFF. Amongst those 12 elected candidates, it's only 1 woman. The rest of 11, it's men. And the system and how they elected this candidate, they went to the community members, they called community members. It's community members elected these 11 men and 1 woman. Why is that?
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A theme that I picked up, which I think is worth pursuing, is that of transnational relations, and I think it's the the exigencies that have come up in the recent months would point to why it is that is so important that we even talk about it. We haven't addressed, I think, okay, so, commemoration and what have you, but I haven't heard much about the issue of South African exceptionalism. Yes, South African exceptionalism. So, in the sense that a lot of us, we don't, when we talk about other countries in Africa, and yet we ourselves are in Africa. And the reason why I'm pointing to South African exceptionalism is because of the fact that it seems as if we have drunk the Kool-Aid of the settler colonial construct called South Africa. Hence, the assertion of sovereignty. We think that we as Black people are actually included within the polity. So I'm interested in hearing about, first of all, what the general perception among people of influence at a diplomatic level is on the question of South African exceptionalism, and also the attachment that we have developed to the reified borders that we have.
Okay. Thank you. And then we have one last question this side. Okay. Okay.
So just be straight to the point so we can hear your question, then we can respond. If you give a speech,
can you go ahead? Can we get a mic here?
I'm this side with the mic. Thank you. Oh, thank you. And thank you to the veterans in knowledge, veterans in experience for the session. Mine relates to the ambassador, and maybe let me exploit my history of having established your department. I want to ask the question this way: I was listening carefully at the deliberations today. One of my ministers, he used to say, if you don't write, they will write about you. Now, in government, you will remember that we had 12 outcomes, we extended them, and then we had the social cohesion as a consequence of some of the things we'll talk about them later. Now, as part of that social cohesion, one of the outputs that we placed was to have the ambassador having the stories she has just related in a literal form so that they get read at a foundation phase and a GET phase, so that our own timber that we are growing for Africa and the world can gain the assertiveness that the ambassador is having. Ambassador, how far are we? And what do you see as the role of the University of the Land to make sure that, as a person who has been in the military veteran space, the person who is serving tea but was in Angola, who understands the issues of why we are where we are, and the person who is actually a minister, who actually is practicalizing changing the country, those two people are put on the same pedestal, and their IP is reduced into a form where the country benefits. How far are we, Ambassador? And what do you think is our contribution as the University of the Land? Thank you.
Thank you. And then I'll take one last question.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the insightful panel. I'm going to be honest, it's a very selfish question. I want to take advantage of the wisdom on the stage. And my name is Charity Bailey. I'm from Florida campus. And my question or wisdom or advice that the panel can assist is, how can we, for example, as a researcher, I work with a rural community, Mama Bakon, and they have a wealth of knowledge. And we spoke earlier about resilience. How can I collaborate with them in a way that could help them? Because one of the panelists spoke about amplifying another woman's voice, but we are met with many red tapes in terms of you have to do research, publish, have impact, but when you really want to help the women on the ground, it's really hard because you need finances, you need grants. So a bit of wisdom on how can I go about helping the woman who is emceeing and is making means to be able to be resilient towards droughts, etc. So just wisdom on how we have navigated that. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the questions from the floor. Well, like our chairperson has said, I'm 27, so Gugaitis is coming. So long speeches, I also get lost. However, I really do appreciate the enthusiasm that I feel in this room. And I hope that we will have time to chit-chat outside informally. We have come a long way as women in South Africa. And I would like to disabuse you of the concept of exceptionalism. That's an imperialist term. We are not exceptional. We are part of this continent. And by so saying, I am not diminishing the fact that even though we are at the tip of the continent and we were practically the last in the scheme of things to be liberated. We have certain things that have been inherited due to the settlement that we agreed. Some of those things hurt us. You've heard about sunset clauses, blah, blah, blah. They do hurt us. And right now, what is happening in this country right now shows that the devastation, the PTSD, the post-traumatic disorder, 1994, is now besetting us. There are people who feel that we have to be like America. You know what is happening in the world today? We don't have a middle class anywhere. I challenge you to tell me about a middle class anywhere. The pyramid has become so steep that at the apex, you see people like Elon Musk. And then the base of the triangle or of the pyramid, you find all of us in different shades. It means that we have a lot of work to do. Power relations are also changing. Power relations are manifested in color, in wealth, in military might, which is even more dangerous. Our world is on tenterhooks right now. We can have a nuclear explosion anytime because people all want to be bosses of us. They forget even about their own problems, but they want to make sure that the jackboot is hurting us more and more. So we are not exceptional. We live in this interacting world. We call it a global village, which is really BS as far as I'm concerned, because COVID taught us that it's really a pipe dream to say we are a global village. Factories closed because of lockdown. Work stoppages, failing companies because of COVID. But have we learned from that as people? And it's not only about South Africa, all over the world. You find now the Cold War is being resurrected. Now it's China and the United States. It's China, Russia, and the United States. It's China, Russia, and the EU. And we are in the middle of this thing. You've all heard it's the grass that suffers. So we have that responsibility. So when it comes to body local, like the question, the elections, it means that we have to reorganize our priorities and stop wanting or aspiring to be like other people across the seas. We have to look at what matters amongst us. My sister here, Professor Mpumlwana, We say, let us not look at a minister or expect somebody to tell us to clean up ulahlele lekgapetla la banana and expect hore ha o no tella on that very ntwena le wena e tla o lematsa. Let us take it also, let us be proactive. Ke a tseba we are fighting a very uphill battle, which is exacerbated, unfortunately, by the greed of some of our leaders. Hobane corruption spoils everything. Corruption undoes all the achievements. We were progressing as women in government, particularly, but now it seems we are declining because we elect people who want to protect one another in their corruption. So those who are not corrupt but know how to do the work are kicked out of the door. Let's take that back. Let's bring back the talent. We were educated outside, we were taught life. But those skills of ours are decaying because we don't want to steal money. We want to teach how to make and retain money through the sweat of your brow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ambassador, you've said such a mouthful that I feel like not diluting it because you still need to remember what you said. Profound, 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 you know. But just to do my job, I'm just going to answer two questions. The one I'm going to answer because I raised this matter of corporate violence. And I think I should attempt, I don't have the answer, attempt. And in my mind, we have to listen to our children. If your child comes home and says, I'm not okay, I'm in a violent environment, don't tell them to be strong. They don't have to be strong. So for me, it starts at home. You know, when you raise your kids and you raise them to know who they are and you raise them to say no when it's no, they will take it with. They will still get challenged in the streets. But if the home environment is the one that is, you know, more receptive, you'll be able to deal with. I'd rather not have a job. I'd rather my child does not have a job than to have my child being abused. We still have to deal with as corporates, you know, it cannot be ignored. So it still has to be reported. Yeah, can I say still a male-dominated environment? Because sometimes these perpetrators get protected elsewhere. So that's all I can offer you, not more than that. But I just want to go back to the issue of the media and women. We raised it and I just want to, you know, open it up again. We actually should see the women in the media as part of this, the solidarity that we're looking for. Because we talk about our stories, don't get told, even in the media. There is a serious, if you observe, a serious cancellation and deleting of the impact and the good work that women do. Instead, they distort your story. When women take up leadership positions, they get criticized. They will cook up stories about our sisters, and we have to find a way of reaching out. Because if you're sitting out there and the media is saying all sorts of things about you, and you don't get a call from somebody who knows you and says, I see you, I hear you, and I know you, we have to stand up for each other. I mean, we do stand up for the others, but for women, I think it's very important that we do that. At the same time, they are our sisters and they're part of our team. So we have to find a way of working with them because they also are experiencing some stuff. I listened to some, I was in a workshop where I was listening to some women. When you look at the editors, it would be on television or newspapers, it's very rare that you'll find women, right? So they still have their battles to fight. And sometimes this one woman was talking about how she's a senior reporter and there was something important happening. It was a business kind of thing. There was something happening that was important. They sent her male counterparts to that meeting. They sent her to some fashion kind of thing to go and, right? And so you have to be vigilant at all times because it's subtle. It's subtle. You could be happy to be in there. So yes, please let's write. But also, can we also read, guys? Yo, can we read? Because also, yeah, I need another applause. Because we are perpetuating this stereotype that says if you want to hide information for people like look like us, put it in a book. So let's read these books. I mean, one book a month is nothing. After a year, we celebrate 12 books, right? Yeah. So, but also the authors need to sell the books. So please, can we do that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ooh, yeah.
So you're covered. You don't have any closing remarks? You want? There wasn't, so you covered. Do you have any closing remark? Just one minute though.
I am a 2K. But I'm not a 2K. I'm a late 1K. So thank you, Chair. My closing, I wanted to speak to the South African exceptionalism, but I think Ambassador covered that so well, especially I was touched by, I wish it was morning, by the issue of how some of what we call the freedoms we have today, there was a table, settlements, agreements, so I don't want to get into that. But my closing remark perhaps could be that, I mentioned in my reflection that it's also important for solidarities between or across genders, right? So I think for future generations, for instance, there should come a time where currently a lot of Black feminisms, African feminisms, or feminist and woman-centered theoretical perspectives in Africa have the tenet of Black solidarity and communitarianism as part of the key tenets, right? So I would say that we would expand our solidarities to also really include the men, because we cannot continue having conversations amongst ourselves as women. It's almost like we're in the kitchen of some sort, a professional kitchen, where we're always speaking amongst ourselves. Yes, we should speak amongst ourselves, but also in reclaiming the greatness of what our Black societies are. There has to be a time where Black men and Black women come to the table, each acknowledge the privileges that they have, and be willing to let go, so that we can forge solidarities towards some Black unity or just, a solidarity amongst ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank our speakers. It was really a packed discussion. I got lost in, enjoying the conversation, and I forgot the time because I was just taking in the knowledge. But I'd really like to thank you, my panelists, and I'd like to call Ms. Ipileng so that we can give our panelists a token of appreciation. Thank you.
But I left my laptop. I didn't bring it to me. My laptop.
Malibongwe, 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 Malibongwe. Thank you to the third panel and for the great information they imparted on us. I would like to call on the fourth panel. The chair is Ms. Kiti Sosiete, and she is from the Department of Communication Sciences.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I've been given a very difficult task. As a tutor, you can't put me at the end of the program because people don't even want to sing. We are very tired. Thank you very much. Please do allow me to also stand on the protocol that was observed. So we come bearing gifts. In the deliberations that we've had, a lot of people have been asking, but what do we do with the unnamed women that were part of the struggle? And I'm very glad and very honored to be the one that comes with the panel that will be saying, here is the solution. You've wanted to know who are these names. We come forth. Indeed, history has no blank pages, and today we are honored to be joined by women who have joined hands in making sure that our history is documented and archived for our benefit, our children, and the next generation thereafter. In my language, we always say, now today we are saying that we are to follow in the footsteps, but we are also to get the names of the people that have contributed to the freedom that we have today. The title of the book is titled Celebration 70 Years of Women Liberation and the Unsung Nuance of 1956. Women's Resistance, Memory and Reclamation in South African Coffee Table Book. For somebody like me who is tired of reading articles, it's a coffee book. So you should listen very attentively so that when you are here, you are able to get your copy of the book. So the book serves to reconstruct, archive, and commemorate the historical marginalized participants of the 1959 Anti-Past March. By prioritizing female agency through qualitative storytelling, the research aims to analyze the socio-political dimensions of the past laws, DOM-PAS system, within personal, familial, and communal framework. Our esteemed guests today will, among others, speak to the overview of their book project as well as their editorial processes. Colleagues, our first Our first guest is Dr. Griselda Kananda, who is the Managing Director of the Positive Talk Services and author. She's a mother, a broadcaster, facilitator, inspirational speaker, professional counselor, healthcare specialist, and communication specialist in the former Drum, True Love, and Move magazines. She's a former contributor of these magazines, as she's also the trustees for the South African Women in Dialogue. Colleagues, if we could again give a round of applause to Dr. Griselda Kananda. And then she's not alone. She is joined by Miss Makosazana Zwani Sikunga, who is also a managing director of the Front Page Media. She's the former editor of Drum, True Love, and Move magazines. And among others, she's the chairperson of the SANOF's Ethics and Diversity Committee. She's the editor of the book and will also contribute as a writer. Kosi has been an editor-in-chief of various South African women magazines, including the iconic Drum magazine and True Love magazine. She holds masters in journalism from Stellenbosch University and a Masters of Philosophy in Future Studies on Media and Social Media from Stellenbosch University Business School, and numerous other media-related qualifications. She's currently working towards her PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please put our hands together to welcome Mrs. Makosazana Zwani Sikunga. Thank you very much. As I'll be joining my colleagues in the discussion of the room, we will therefore request that you write down your questions, as they will be giving us a detailed overview of the book. And please, colleagues, you could see the time. If we could stick to asking the questions and not comments. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Again, welcome. Thank you. I think before I dilute everything, I'm just going to hand over to you to just give us the overview of the book project.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. And I once again rise on the already observed protocol. I have to acknowledge some of the names of the team that's not here. And we are led by Professor Sizagele Matlabe from the University of South Africa. And part of the team members, we have a thorn. Is it a rose amongst the thorns? Okay. No, they are not on stage. Yeah, if I may put it that way. Dr. Utsile Nzwane, Ms. Mokoka Lerato, many of you would know her from Gomora. She's that Tiamo little girl. She's a filmmaker, a scriptwriter, and a photographic journalist as well. Ms. Siki Dlanga, who's an acclaimed poet, and writer and author. Ms. Tuli Shandu, Professor Tuli Shandu is also amongst the team representing UNISA. Myself, Griselda Kananda, and Ms. Makosazana Zwani Sikunga. I thought I'd just assist with that. There's a name that's missing here. Who did I miss? It looks like I missed Tobeka, yes. And Miss Tobeka, who's always so colorful with the e-rose. It's a signature. Maybe for that, you just need to stand and take a bow. Thank you very much. And this is all led from the Women's Forum, and Chairperson Professor Mbata is here. If you can just shine, Prof. Mbata. And Ala, we might as well take a bow, Prof. Matlabe. And I have to mention that this is a UNISA, collaborative initiative. And I would also like to thank Prof. Paswane for allowing us to come and share the concept. If you can just please, Prof. Paswane. And thank you very much. Oh, we also left out Mate Müller, who is from the South African Women in Dialogue, because we said of those 20,000 women, amongst them were also women of color, even though some of them were there because somebody else had a child on their back on their behalf. But yeah, they were there. I think you've already articulated part of what the project is about, but today I have the privilege of introducing a project that brings that commitment that you mentioned earlier on, give it a sharper focus, and the forthcoming anthology, Unsung Heroines of 1956, focusing on women's resistance, memory, and reclaiming in South Africa, reclamation in South Africa. This book is an act of recovery. It seeks to surface the lives, the voices, and everyday courage of many women who marched, but who remain unnamed in much of our historical records, and we all agree with this. It does so by centering African and feminist epistemologies, Ubuntu and Busadi, oral tradition and community memory. Methods that recognize the human dimensions of the Donbas and the integrated consequences of past laws of Black womanhood, family life, and civic belonging. We are going to be privileged to actually have a copy of the Donbas. I'm a journalist. You tell me something, you tell the nation. So Menana is going to show us her Donbas. It's going to be part of the story. So you may be asking, why does it matter? Especially the theme. First, historical recovery strengthens institutions. When public memory is inclusive and truthful, it underpins legitimacy, accountability, and shared civic identity. Secondly, the book foregrounds how gendered forms of exclusion continue to persist, from economic marginalization of gender-based violence, and how resilience must therefore be built not only into policy, but into ways institutions recognize and redress historical injustice. And lastly, I hope it's last. Okay, thirdly, by documenting the lived experience and intergenerational impact, this anthology creates resources for schools, universities, museums, policymakers who must educate citizens and craft interventions rooted in memory as well as evidence. But recovery is not a solidarity act, right? We need collaboration across disciplines and sectors. Historians and oral historians, archivists and digital humanists, that word, educators, funders, can I say that again? Funders. This notion of having people committed to research and not being paid is just wrong. Because this is why people end up losing interest and we lose our stories, because we don't incentivize thinkers. And that has to stop. All right, let me go back to my notes. Where was I? Policymakers to expand, preserve, and translate these narratives into teaching materials. We would like exhibitions to be held, curricula and policy frameworks to come out of this. I invite those present today to consider being a partner. Identify your space. Part of my responsibility is to mobilize resources. So identify your space and do connect with us through the people that I've noted to help us make this a reality. Contribute archival material, support oral history objects or projects, assist with translation, because we would like this to be reached by many as many as we can, a people. That includes different languages, translation to different languages as well. To help ensure the books reach is into classrooms, heritage spaces, policy fora, etc. In short, let us turn remembrance into durable social goods that strengthen institutions and deepen inclusion. I now hand over to my colleague, Mrs. Makosazana Zwane Sigulka, soon to be Dr. Zwane Sigulka. Do you have double barrel when you become a doctor? No, I was just asking. Guys, you can't sleep. Okay,
Thank you.
sorry.
Chris, thank you very much. My name is Makosazana Zwane Sigulka. I'm honored. Thank you very much. My name is Makosazana Zwane Sigulka. I'm honored to have been invited to collaborate on this very important work. Is my hand my face? Yeah. Thank you, sister. Is it? Oh, yes, that's what we must do. Fix each other's crowns. You see? That's it. Right there. That's what this is about. We, the women of South Africa, wives and mothers, working women and housewives, African, Indian, European, and colored, hereby declare our aim of striving for the removal of all laws, regulations, conventions, and customs that discriminate against us as women, and that deprive us in any way of our inherent right to the advantages, responsibilities, and opportunities that society offers to any one section of the population. Now, if I read this preamble to you, you would be correct to mistaken it for the Freedom Charter. This is a preamble that was assembled or collated at the founding conference of the Federation of South African Women in 1954. 1954. And yet, 72 years later, we only commemorate this one day of 1956. It precedes everything else that has happened. The women were not part of the struggle. They were in the struggle. They were not observers or note takers. We were right there. We drafted our preambles. I will move on to the next point. And then on August 9th, 1956, an estimated 20,000 women from across South Africa descended on the Union buildings in Pretoria to protest against the dehumanizing past laws controlling Black South Africans, all Black South Africans. Although this was a historic act of collective defiance, 7 decades later, most of these women remain unnamed, unremembered, and unhonored. My mother was born on the 7th of July 1956. It would have made her exactly a month old when the women marched. My grandmother, I was 15 years old when she passed on, still remembers the day very well. Well, still remembered, she passed on, the day very well when we started quizzing her, because I think at around 15, that's when your consciousness is waking up and your curiosity. And when we quizzed her, she said, I had a small baby. I did not know what to do, but I knew that I had to leave this place I was at, and I had to go and join my sister. She had an older sister who was in the Federation, who was going. So she left my mother with a neighbor, and they went as sisters, a month old, in apartheid South Africa. Her name was Nomgqibelo Msinyane. You don't know her. She was part of the 20,000. Sometimes when I look at the photos, I pretend I can see her there. This book is aiming to honor those women. We've heard of the names, but there were 20,000. I think it was Mam Modise who said there may have been more. There may have been more from all parts of South Africa. Now, it is our duty as this generation to tell those stories completely honestly for our daughters. Lastly, this being an academic institution, we have to follow some rules. The book is aimed, or it's ambitious in its aim, which is packaging all this rich and layered history of our mothers and grandmothers into a palatable, easy to access book. That is going to be important. It is important to us for my sister in high school to read it. It is important for my son in varsity to read it. It is important for my 8-year-old daughter to read it. So it will be written in a fashion that is understandable and accessible to all. Hence the term, it's a technical term, coffee table, but please, it is not in traditional sense. It is embedded in an academic framework which this institution cherishes, which is the intersectional feminism, which we call here Busati, which recognizes that if feminism here too is feminism, we're all in the same struggle, but we're very different as African women. Our struggles are particularly interesting because us ourselves, we socialized to perpetuate them against each other. So I love the term Busadi. From where I come from, we call it intersectional feminism, but it is Busadi. And Busadi means Uguti. It is not necessarily holding Tipakabu Haling, which is something else that has happened to the philosophy, but Busadi recognizes Uguti Ungumfazi, you're a woman, you've got complexities and a deeper understanding, especially as an African woman, of certain contexts that a woman my age living in Florida would not necessarily be exposed to. And it wouldn't be their fault. I was raised a Zulu girl. So I've got certain socializations in me and certain struggles in me that are inherent. And the book, using that framework, is going to hopefully tell the stories of our grandmothers that were never told. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You actually did touch on some of the questions that I wanted to ask. I mean, when I looked at some of the proposed titles and the unnamed 20,000, it hits you because you are in the point where you're trying to imagine 20,000 people that are not named, that has contributed to the struggle. And because you've already touched on it, I will couple these two together because earlier on, Menomvula Mukonyana said something that I resonated with. She said, we don't man up, we rise to the occasion, right? And that's normally what we are faced with as women when we want to stand for our rights, when we want to fight for our things. We are therefore being told that we are men. There's this women empowerment that I don't like, where they would say men must empower women. It means you are giving me part of the power that you have, right? So the question is, how do you think that, how will this project contribute specifically to the African feminist and the Busadi humanism scholarship? Also, to what impact will it play in reshaping the public memory as well as the view of women?
I think the scholarship part will let the university explain that part. But for me, I mean, from what Kosi mentioned, that we were never, we didn't just suddenly arise in 1956. We were the struggle, and we've always been there. We do have the power, and part of what this book is going to do is to demonstrate the feminine power, female power in its authenticity, from the grandchildren of those 20,000 women, from the children of those 20,000 women. And by the way, when you say 20,000, we're not going to have 20,000 stories, because of the 20,000, you know the Lillian Goyis, you know the Charlotte Maklekes, you know the many other that were made popular by that march. But we are saying there's stories of Ukoko Kamakhosazana that is not known, but that needs to be told to inspire a young woman today who does not believe that they have a place, they have a voice. Menom Vulamkonyana sat here and said, or stood here and said, I was 15 when I joined. And we're hoping that it speaks to the 15-year-old of today to recognize and realize that, I mean, it's not over yet. It's not yet uhuru. We cannot sit in our laurels and believe that now that we celebrate 70 years, we can just simply move on. The struggles are different today, and we're hoping to inspire women of today to pick their struggle of today and run with it. Hopefully you'll allow us, the older generation, to mentor you in doing this, because some of the things that we've seen in media as you try and raise your voice, they work against you.
Thank you very much. I love this discussion because I could just think how you are actually touching into the questions that we had. Specifically also, it was the issue of how do we draw inspiration in responding to the contemporary issues such as gender-based violence, the economic inequalities and unequal access to education, because we do have a struggle that we are fighting as well. So that was one of the questions. I don't know if you would also like to dive into it to say that from the book, what are some of the inspirations that we could draw from these women? And also, what does success look like beyond this project? What does it look like? What is the one lesson that you hope that every reader will take from reading this book?
I think I'll start with the first part of your question, which is, scholarly contributions. I think that every research, its intended aim is really not self-gratification. It is contributing to the growing body of knowledge on a specific subject matter. And when it comes to these mothers, Abo Mama Betu, Abo Koko Betu, African women in particular, the stories are largely told through a Western lens. So I hope that this book contributes in its small part, in its own way. It contributes to the continuing research, which we know that is currently going on. In terms of the second part of your question, how do we continue the legacy of our grandmothers? Chris, you want to get that?
I suppose this is exactly what we're doing. We may not be 20,000 as we take on this project. Trust me, it's not easy. Because this was supposed to have started much earlier, because I remember on the 8th of May, VC announced in a group, in a hall full of women, and pointed at chairperson and deputy chairperson that make sure that this book happens. So the plan was to launch it on the 9th of August. But what was not taken into consideration is that writing a project this big requires resources. You don't just wake up and take a pen or AI it. These are people's stories. There's IP involved. There's legalities involved. So we had to source funding first. And post-funding, we actually first had to identify the contributors and thereafter source funding. And we're going to come to each and every one of you who would like to know what lessons have you learned and how we can include you in the book, because everybody has a story to tell.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we will just open for 3 hands. I believe that we have really went into depth as to what the book aims to do. So any questions, if we could just have 2,
In fact,
3.
we're hoping there's no questions.
Yeah, we are. I see there's one hand there. Do we have a mic on? There's another one there. The third one. 3 questions, colleagues. Thank you very much. Is there a roaming mic?
The one who's high up there, please come down and save us time. There's another event coming up. Askis.
Maloney, I hope everyone is well. I know that we don't have time, and that's why I wrote my question. Thank you for this inception and beautiful book. And when I hear the idea of a coffee table book, I think of Ukpoga, being in a room and listening to women tell their stories. And this is the Busadiness I grew up in. And I think of my grandmother, Umamqwati, and of Amaphupho and spiritual conversations through which our ancestors and those who came before us, including Olutuli, share their memories and knowledges to us. So my question is, do we dismiss these experiences of Amaphupho, of writing spiritually, as hallucinations, or unscientific simply because they do not fit dominant academic methods? How can we document and reference them as spiritual archives and legitimate forms of knowledge?
Oh, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think also me, it's an advice, or in a sense, solidarity, the sorority, the quest for in the diaspora, especially after recent announcement that Oprah will be closing the academy. So please make sure it reaches also to the future's generation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I must stand. All right. My name is Sipho Esihle. Mine is really on the points that you made on the intergenerational conversation that this book hopes to foster. And it is a historical phenomenon, and maybe Thandi would agree with this, the notion of umkhabulo and how freedom fighters were conscientized in the joining of the freedom fight to begin with. Could this book be another umkhabulo? With a question that Lesego raised with, having that coffee table discussion as a conversation starter and also as a moment of conscientization, if you can speak on that.
Okay, I'll start. I'll start with the decolonial question because I understood it from that lens. I understood it as us as African scholars finally stepping up and researching, first of all, researching and writing our own stories and our own histories and our own experiences. I think it starts with African scholars. And it has to start with African scholars because this is literally where everything else starts. The struggle for liberation and the struggle for, each struggle literally starts in a lecture room, which is quite fascinating, right? So I think that it will start with the growing body of knowledge we share as Basadi, as African feminists, as feminists who accept ukuthi singabafazi, because usually feminism is pitted against each other. You call the tread wife because you want to cook samp and ngushu for your husband, and then you are judged by other feminists. I can go on, but I think that it starts with African scholars leaning in even more into who we are. And I love this idea of the University of the Land. I'm a Mati, so my umkhabulo is very Dutch and Anglo. So I'm loving everything about here, I might just register.
So we have an obligation to make sure that as we tell the story, it's as authentic. We take nothing from people's lived experiences. And indeed, we're calling it coffee table, not from a fancy look and feel, but we're wanting those conversations in their homes, that, a mother or a father will pick a chapter, that speaks to an issue that's happening at home, like a girl who ran away from home, not being known where she is, and we match, because she caught the bug, but the family does not understand that this needs to be done. And we're hoping that a story like that will inspire conversations at the table on what is my responsibility and role as a person who's consuming this body of work.
Also to underscore, just to underscore what Chris is saying, I think all of us in this room grew up and there was a magazine around. There was something that reminded you of who you are. There was Ibona when I was growing up. There was a Drum and there was a True Love. The reality is that you're not going to see those anymore. That is a fact. As Seiko, City Press closed. Media 24 has announced that it's closing some more. ETV is closing, is closing some divisions, and 179 journalists are going to be out of jobs. So the reality is that you're not going to see that record, that weekly record of our lives anymore. So why not put it in a book,
And no one is going to take that away from us. Once we document it and we read it. Chilumamnan.
Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you very much, I'm trying to get my... Yeah, thank you very much, colleagues. We really do appreciate the book. We will get copies. Colleagues will buy copies.
No, we all writing first.
Yeah, no, when it's out, we are definitely getting copies. I am going to call upon our program director for the day so that she can hand gifts and a token of appreciation to our guests.
But so I'm told that we're also getting the gifts. I thought we were part of the furniture. I've been sitting there envious with Albert. What about us? So please, nithatha pictures abaningi when we are gifted. Don't be envious. Clap hands, please.
As we've heard Dr. Griselda Kananda and Mrs. Makosazana Zwane, that it's not yet Uhuru. So aluta continua. I would like to call on Kiamogetse Mokhanedi. She is from the Department of English Studies, and she will be doing the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. History does not remember those who merely observed change. It remembers those who made it possible. Until every woman sitting here today can live with dignity, participate with equality, and lead without fear, our work remains unfinished. Therefore, in the spirit of today's theme, we shall not rest. With those reflections, ladies and gentlemen, I extend my sincere gratitude to our distinguished participants for enriching this imperative conversation. To Mewaruna, our VC, Prof. Buleng Linkabula in absentia, we say thank you. To Mem Ginga for the remarkable opening. To our phenomenal keynote speaker, Ms. Togo Mpulwana. To our wonderful panelists, we honor you. To session chairs, Dr. Matebesi, Ms. Gumede, Dr. Mazibugo, and Ms. Siete, thank you. To the collaborating departments, TM School, DLT, Albert Lutuli Chair, UNISA Women's Forum, thank you for coordinating this exceptional event. My sincere gratitude to the colleagues from Institutional Advancement for all the logistical support. To our exceptional program director, Ms. Ipeleng Brody, and sign language interpreters, thank you, ladies. And ladies and gentlemen, A simple thank you would not do justice to the visionary leadership of Professor Bileng Sekgalo, who saw us as the young women in research and trusted us to share the stage and lead alongside industry giants. Thank you, Me. To the wonderful audience for gracing us with your presence, we thank you for joining us. And lastly, to all the people in the background who have contributed in making this event a success. Thank you so much. Wathinta umfazi. Thank you. Ms. Ipeleng.
Thank you once again, colleagues, for being with us today. Unfortunately, our program has come to an end. We appreciate your time, we appreciate your ears, we appreciate your comments and your questions. As Ms. Monachedi has said, it's the end. And now we shall go on to our next event. Oh, am I getting a little something? Oh.
Yes, you are. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we just need to take a moment to appreciate and thank our program director. This was also an experience for her, and thank you so much for your generosity and being so kind to her. She started being a bit nervous, but I think she got better as the day went by, right? And so we just want to take this moment to say thank you so much for the work that you did today, for steering this ship and making sure that we get to this point and still have an hour in between sessions so we can prepare for the next one. Please join me in thanking Ms. Ipeleng Brody.
Thank you again, colleagues. The dignitaries may leave, and so shall the rest of us. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and thank you again for today.